This one. Good morning. I'm very happy that so many visitors came to see our next presentations. So we had a little change of the program. We start with the second keynote because this person is already online and he has limited time. So we start with this presentation and then we go over to Dr. Henry with his presentation, and then we have these breakout sessions. So thank you very much for your understanding for this change of the program. And I hand over to Renette to introduce the first speaker.
Good morning, everybody. Indeed, lovely to see so many faces. Our next speaker is Daryl Rhea, designer, artist, and photographer. He will be speaking on human-centric design and user experience. Daryl Rhea is a seasoned executive with a unique combination of expertise and 40 years of global experience in a number of business domains. He has been recognized internationally for his thought leadership in business strategy, innovation, human-centered design, customer insight, and intellectual property. He uses a wide range of tools to make images that attempt to evoke emotion and beauty. He uses photography, digital painting, a variety of AI-enabled tools to create visual images. He has been at the forefront of professional practices of design management and is an industry champion who speaks widely around the globe. Rhea has been retained to develop the system architecture for applying and coordinating all of the design disciplines for dozens of multinationals and has orchestrated work of designers on global projects. He is the co-author of the book, Making Meaning: How Successful Businesses Build Meaningful Customer Experiences, and has taught executive development classes on human-centered design for many designers on 5 continents. He has served on the advisory board of the Collaborative at MIT, the Department of Human-Centered Design and Engineering at the University of Washington, and Weatherhead School of Management. He has also advised governments and design management. We welcome Speaker Daryl Rhea, and I wonder whether he's online.
Yes, I am. Can you see my presentation yet?
Not yet.
Okay.
There, it's coming through. Thank you.
Okay. Can you help me and tell me if you have a full slide view of the title slide?
It's not full yet.
Anything yet?
Not yet.
Okay. I'm going to...
Perhaps consider resharing.
Okay, I'm going to end the show and reshare. Stopping presenting. Stop presenting. And I will go to present now. Screen and share entire screen, and do you now have a title slide?
Yes, there we go.
Okay, very good. Well, thank you so much, especially thank you to Professor Clinenda and the organizers who have invited me here. I'm delighted to have this opportunity to speak to you. Speak about something I'm very passionate about. So, and my last slide will have my email address on it, and I welcome your questions, your comments, and requests. So if there's anything that I say that you'd like more information on, or if you think I can help you in any way, please reach out. I have about 30 short minutes to speak today, so I'm going to move very quickly. AI is having a dramatic impact on the professional practices of design, and especially human-centered design. And it's changing not just what we do as designers, but it's changing what it means to be a designer. And as if you're a student watching this presentation, I think it's really important that you think not just about what is happening in design today, but also what is going to be happening in design in 5 years from today. Meaning, once you graduate and you are becoming established as a professional out earning a living and trying to have impact, what will design look like in that time period? And that's really a challenge when it comes to design and how it's being impacted by AI. So much of what institutions of higher learning teach are practices that are well established, with teachers that have deep academic and professional experience and a formalized and refined curriculum. But AI is transforming design so fast that this kind of curriculum doesn't really exist. So you really have to look ahead to make sure your investment in your education will really help you compete in real world once you're out and trying to establish yourself as a design professional. So that's basically part of what I want to talk about is if artificial intelligence is in fact transforming both what design is and what we do as designers, and if there isn't a clear roadmap for learning and teaching AI-enabled design yet, how can we as designers, and I am a designer, like you, survive and thrive in this environment? Because it's an environment of great change. So that's what I'd like to talk with you today about. I grew up in Southern California and Hawaii on the island of Maui, and I was a surfer when I was growing up. And surfing provides, I think, a really good analogy for us in this moment. And I'll explain. Disruption, which is what artificial intelligence is doing right now. It's disrupting our field of design, and it's disrupting largely the world here. So disruption, whether it's social disruption or cultural disruption or technological disruption, tends to come in waves. So these are big waves that change and roll over us, right? They appear on the horizon. They build very gradually in height and strength until they reach a critical time, a critical size. It's about 120 degrees, and then it breaks, and it releases a lot of energy. And as human beings, we try to navigate that and catch that energy and have it propel us forward to be successful. And that's really kind of the analogy that I'm trying to use, which is that AI is a wave. It's coming at us, and we need to position ourselves to be able to grab that disruption and make use of it, so that it doesn't it doesn't crush us. It's something that we use. So I'm an old guy, so I've worked a lot in a lot of technological waves that have changed the world. So I worked on microprocessors with Intel. I worked on mainframes and supercomputers. I've worked in design of mini computers. Then it went to the personal computer. So I worked with Apple and HP and Compaq and another 10 other companies. Worked with the laptops that came out, and then the mobile phone revolution. So I worked with Apple and Motorola and LG and Samsung and Nokia. on handsets and the design of those. I've worked in internet, then search, and then social media. And so I think you can recognize all of these had a tremendous impact on the world, and especially the world of business. And it really created a great deal of change and a great deal of disruption that we're all kind of feeling, and most of you probably take for granted at this point. But each one of those waves was a really big deal and really, really significant. So my assertion is that AI will have a far greater impact than any of these waves that have come to us in the past. Excuse me. Because AI is changing all human endeavors at a scale and a depth that we've never seen before. So, I think this isn't just the next wave. This is the biggest wave of our lifetimes, right? This isn't just me saying this. There's thousands of people much smarter than me that are more active in the creation of technologies that are saying this too. The more people experience AI directly and work with it, the more they begin to see the coming impact of it. So I'm sure you're hearing this from others at this conference. Frankly, this should frighten you, or at least make you very uncomfortable. And if you're not feeling uncomfortable, then you're not paying attention, because this really is a wave that is going to disrupt and change the world, your world, especially your professional world, in very, very dramatic ways. So the question I hope you're sitting with is, how can we ride this wave of change, right? Meaning, how can we position ourselves to not be crushed by this wave? Rather, how can we take advantage of it? How can we catch its energy and propel us forward? Another way of asking the question is, how can we surf history? This is a historical wave of disruption. How can we surf it rather than just be at the effect of it, right? And I think that's the big challenge for all of us, whether we're students or whether we're professionals in the design world. How do we maintain our relevance in the world where the skill sets that we have worked hard to develop are being duplicated by AI? How do we maintain our usefulness? How do we produce value, that people actually want to pay us for? How can we have a positive impact in the world? And how can we thrive? So in surfing, timing is everything, right? Surfing is all about positioning yourself on a moving wave. So being in the right place, paddling at the right speed, 1 or 2 meters too far ahead, and it means the wave will break on top of you because you're going to be in front of it. 1 or 2 meters behind, and the wave and it means you're going to go over the falls, as we call this, which is being a little bit too late on the wave, and you just have a disaster there. And tech waves are like AI, really require the same thing. Getting behind means that you're going to miss the wave, or you're going to do what this fellow in this photograph is doing. He's going over the falls and experiencing failure there. So timing is everything, and I think that's how we have to be thinking about this. Really, we can't be very passive in it, and I'll come back to that point in a moment. There is urgency here. You can't afford to be a passive observer of artificial intelligence. You can't afford to be a laggard. You can't wait to be taught it, or wait to understand it, or wait to even integrate it into what you're doing right now, or you will be left behind because it's moving that fast. So the way to survive and thrive is to adopt the emerging AI tools that are coming out now, and do it now, and invest all of your available free time to learning and mastering them. Okay? And, you know, if you have a phone, you can use ChatGPT, you can use, Notebook LM, you can use, Claude, you can use these tools, many of which are free and widely available. And I think my advice is you really need to jump in and push yourself and push the usefulness of the programs to really see how it can be used right now in your life. So I want to talk about three things in my talk here. What is human-centered design and how it's evolved? Because there may be people in the audience who don't know what the distinction of human-centered design is and where that came from. So while that might be a semester class, I'm going to do it in just 2 brief slides. But I want to make sure that you understand where I'm coming from in my definition of design. Secondly, I want to talk about how human-centered design is being challenged in the context of AI. So, what's changing? What will change for designers who are doing human-centered design? And lastly, I want to talk about what the opportunities are for designers. What are the opportunities for you as a designer, as a student, in terms of the changes that are going on? So how do you protect yourself? How do you leverage and find advantage in this very challenging environment? So let's start with what human-centered design is. In the 1950s and the 1960s, traditional design was really focused on creating aesthetic and functional design solutions. Designers were the recipients of direction. They took orders and they designed to order, and they didn't have a whole lot to do with deciding what got designed and why. It was really they were serving the organizations and the businesses that they had as clients. In the 1970s, which is about where I started to come in design, in the 1980s, design broadened and was I'll call it professionalized. And by broaden, I mean that we started to be deeply involved in design strategy, which gets to the question of, well, why are we designing this thing, whatever that thing is, whether it's a product, a service, an experience, an environment, a game, a web presence. Why are we doing that? What is it that we're designing, and how should we actually go about designing this? We got very deep into problem definition. So rather than being the recipient of design specifications, designers started to create the design specifications. So we're adding more value in that conversation. And finally, we started to do a lot more creative problem solving, right? Where insights and prototypes and more iterative creative activities started to become really important. Our budgets got bigger, and the quality of work that we could do dramatically increased as well. In that time, the focus on users, or the human beings we're designing for, really started to come into clarity. The practice of design research, which is a whole professional practice that is about 75 years old, really started to get to be much more sophisticated and much more accepted. So we were accommodating behaviors and preferences of people. We were starting to collaborate with users and customers in a participatory design process. And the kind of the era of design thinking, human-centered design kind of emerged there with this focus on users. Before, the focus really wasn't so much on the user. It was much more on on the company, the engineering of it, the technology, the service, and the shift was really the acceptance that what we're doing is meant to serve human beings. That's what design does, and we need to focus on those human beings. So that's the genesis of where human-centered design really kind of picked up. So we had a richer human focus at that point. So we weren't just designing things, we were designing experience. So the experiences that things brought us, right? So we started to think differently about what we were doing there. And we're not just designing and meeting requirements or expectations, but exceeding the expectations and trying to create surprise and delight for users. And not just creating and managing those experiences in a kind of efficient way, but really focusing on valuable experiences. How do we create and generate the most value possible? Which is then to say, we weren't just focusing on the emotional response to design, we were really trying to craft and deliver meaningful experiences. Meaning is the stuff that makes life worth living. And it's really, really valuable, right? Much more valuable than just function. So that's the kind of that's what human-centered design is, and kind of how it's evolved and where it's coming, where it's come from. Then the question is, okay, if that's human-centered design, how is it being challenged in the context of artificial intelligence? Well, industry is now able to create products and services that have the characteristics of life. Okay, so what are the characteristics of life? What do I mean by that? Well, things like our technology now can dynamically engage with us, sense us, and respond to the environment. It can be sensitive to the shifting context of what we're doing and reconfigure its functionality to serve us. We're making autonomous agents with intelligence and personalities, and you've probably seen, some of this or experienced some of it yourself. And this intelligence can now collaborate with a community of other devices on our behalf and operate within ecosystems. So rather than just be focused on the human beings that we're designing for and being in the having a great deal of control, we now have this capability that is emerging, that is kind of getting in between us and those users, and kind of challenging the human-centeredness, the centrality of human-centeredness, if you will. And I mean this, whether it's in robotic forms or just software-based interactions, we're designing human-like interactions. And you're going to see more and more of that. And you're going to need to be designing with and around those capabilities. So you're probably hearing about and starting to see agents, and I think that's really what I'm talking about, where it's changing. So designers aren't really trained to design human-like intelligent life forms. That's my assertion. I mean, have any of you been trained to design intelligent life forms? I'd be surprised if you were, because I teach design, and I think it's a level of complexity that designers haven't needed to grapple with. Yet we're having these agents. So who is designing AI's future capabilities and applications here? If it's not designers, who is it? And who it is data scientists, machine learning engineers, software engineers, natural language processing specialists, robotics engineers, cognitive psychologists, mathematicians, statisticians, product managers, legal professionals, and venture capitalists. Okay? These are the people that are designing artificial intelligent capabilities and the tools that we will use to design and create experiences for our customers. Now, that concerns me because, you know, as one of my cynical friends, you know, said, you know, these data scientists and mathematicians and statisticians, you know, they're really passionate about science and engineering challenges, and they're really passionate about getting rich, but they're not passionate about humans. In fact, he said, you know what, I don't think they'd recognize a human being if it bit them in the ass. You know, it's just they're focused on their you know, their skill set, which is, you know, amazing. But if they're really passionate about serving human beings, they probably would have studied liberal arts. They probably would be anthropologists or therapists or work at an NGO or nonprofits or, you know, been, you know, designers. So I think that's a concern I have is, okay, there's a lot of people, and what they're doing, this design work, they're largely doing without designers under the banner of human-centered design. And I say this having just returned from one of the leading conferences in artificial intelligence in Silicon Valley with many of the top AI companies in the world and the, you know, leading research that is going on. And those conversations were almost entirely around creating functional efficiencies and benefits, but not conversations around human beings and really what it was doing for human beings. So algorithms are becoming the dominant influence on the experience. So AI is really driven by algorithms. If you don't know what an algorithm is, look it up, because that's really what we're dealing with now. Okay, that's what's impacting our tool set more than anything else in the world here. And there's a lot of wonderful things coming here. AI agents focused on augmenting our human skills and creating productive efficiencies. So, you know, you're clearly seeing how AI is able to replicate what humans can do, oftentimes do it better, and really give us some productive efficiencies and promises to transform our human capabilities and and really produce an enormous amount of value. I'm completely blown away with what I can produce in terms of innovation and design. Things that would take a team of people who would work for me, say 6 people for 2 or 3 months. I can now do most of that work in 4 or 5 hours by myself with AI. Is it as good? I'd say probably 85–90% as good, even the first round, which is pretty amazing. So, you know, that's pretty disruptive there. And what we're seeing is that that these agents are being designed to create a pleasing and intuitive and human-like interactions, you know, that are really bots that connect to us on a human emotional level. You may not have seen this yet, but it's definitely here, where you know, these agents or bots that we're interacting with are really great at knowing how to talk to us in an engaging way, to tell us what we want to hear. They're going to be more charismatic and more articulate than almost any other human being, and we're going to fall in love with them. You know, so these emotionally responsive agents have the potential to provide companionship, support, you know, even therapy. So there's some, and that's exciting. There's some really positive sides to that. That said, I think that they're being designed for the sake of science and for the sake of business, not for the sake of human well-being or human thriving. And again, I say that coming from Silicon Valley, kind of being immersed in the companies that are literally investing hundreds of billions of dollars in AI. Those companies and those investors want to see a return on their investment, right? They want to see how they're going to make money by this investment here. So the business forces creating the tools and the systems tend to not be concerned as much with human thriving as it is their financial position. And they're focused on generating revenues and profits, and they're absolutely resisting ethical standards to protect human beings, which is something I've been really concerned about and working to create standards there. They're resisting it. I think they give lip service, as we say, to it. They always have a few people out of thousands who are responsible for that, that can go to conferences and appear sincere. But I'm not seeing the evidence that they're really willing to take an ethical stand at the level that it really needs to be. So these technologies that engage human emotions without proper boundaries and oversight can quickly become manipulative, creating dependency, addiction, and harm, I think, on a global scale. And I think you only need to look at what social media has done without boundaries and oversight. I mean, people, I mean, look around you in the room. Are the people using their phone? They're not using their phones. Their phones are using them, right? The phones are demanding their attention, seducing them, and that attention is being monetized. And so, you know, it's to be, you know, overly dramatic. It's you know, I've heard people say it's a form of slavery. I don't necessarily agree with that, but you know, we are pushing the bounds of human free will here, because we've got a technology that's capable of taking that away from us. So human-centered design's challenge is to make sure that AI-enabled products serve users, right? And, you know, so I think we need to not just advocate for the serving of users and the ethical stance of applications of AI, but demonstrate what that looks like. And we have to convince and make the argument out there in industry, and develop practices that make this easy and cost-effective to do. We just can't rail against it from a moral and political imperative. We've got to demonstrate how we can make this work. Okay, so the third area is, what are your opportunities? You know, what would be my advice to someone who is in design school right now? You know, how do you stay relevant? I think designers have to focus on doing what AI can't do. So what is AI going to be able to do, and how do you do something else? So there are 4 areas that I'll talk about real quickly: the why of design, the what of design, leveraging human empathy, and human creativity. Okay, so your opportunities, and you know, this, I'm limited by you know, trying to stay within 30 minutes here. There's certainly more we could talk about, but I'll give you some ideas of what I would suggest you as students start focusing on. So the first one is mastering the why of design. So if you're out in the world trying to be a professional designer, And if you don't understand what the challenges are that leaders of an organization face, they aren't going to respect your ability to bring change through design, right? So you have to understand something of the context that you're designing into. And I think that that's really important to become worldly, to become aware of the realities that the organizations that you're going to serve with design have, so that you can make that design more relevant and useful for them. And to be provocative, maybe your first job shouldn't be a design job, but should be a job where you can acquire this perspective. I mean, what is a business? What is a business model? You know, what is this business, what can they afford to spend on design? What kind of return on investment in design do they need to see? You know, so understanding kind of the reality to be able to talk to a business owner or the senior management to be able to make yourself relevant so that you're not just, you know, selling and pushing design, but you're pushing solutions to the problems they have. Because your clients probably won't really care about design. It's really rare to find an organization that really truly cares about design. I've got to work with many of them, Apple and Nike and you know, Pepsi, and a lot of companies that are actually passionate about design, but most aren't. What most will care about is what design can do for them, what design can do for their business. And I'm saying, you know, that's what you need to understand there. So understanding the organizational context for design is going to be really valuable if you can do that, because that level of understanding is something that AI just won't be able to duplicate. So learning what strategy is and how to create it. Look, all design gets done in a social context. If you can master that social context, because AI won't be good at it for a very long time, you're going to have some new abilities there. So learning how to create clarity and alignment to projects, being the person that they want to have in the room, because you can catalyze conversations. You can bring people together and have them understand what design can do for them and what is the problem that design needs to solve. If you can be the person leading that conversation, that is something that AI can't touch, because that's that social context that we're talking about. So developing your social skills and your presentation skills to be able to influence others. You know, I strongly recommend you get up and make every presentation you can. Figure out where you can give speeches. Build your presentation skills, because that's really going to be greatly important to create influence. So, you know, you might be looking to go at this going, well, wait a second, I thought I was studying design. Well, you are, but being not the design implementer, but being the design strategist or the design manager to create the demand for design is where you're really going to have some differentiation from AI, because it's this that they're not going to be able to do. So the second one is master the what of design. And by the what of design, I mean learn to specify design projects. You know, learn to write design briefs. There's plenty online that to be able to study this if you don't have a class in that. But really, the most powerful position you can be in is to be the one who is capable of writing and directing a design project and specifying what the outcomes are. That's essentially writing the prompts for AI, right? It's directing the use of the technology. And if you can do that, that can't be replaced easily by AI. So the other thing I would say is, again, master the AI tools now. They're available to you now. You need to actually, kind of get your hands dirty, use it, figure out how it can help you, not just in your classes, but in your life, right? You need to keep up with the constant change that's going on. The change that's going on in AI is happening every 30 days, right? It is nuts that new capabilities just keep rolling out, and the more you can keep up with that and stay ahead of your peers in being early adopters of that, you're going to build some mastery there. So integrating AI into your life, build your own bots. That's very easy to do these days. So, that's really important there. You need to be paddling to catch the wave, right? You can't be passive. You have to go after this, or it's going to pass you by. So I'm just saying, keep up with it. Paddle hard, keep up with it, keep learning. It's all available. Most of it's free, plenty on YouTube, and plenty to learn there. And then, I think championing the ethical use of AI and being a demand that AI respect human well-being is something that I would hope that designers do, because someone has to do it to be able to build the trust in AI. Because if we don't have ethical AI, users won't trust it, right? There will be a backlash there. And so if you can be the person who knows how to do that well, how to have ethical AI and to design with that, there will be some demand for you. The third area was empathy. Master human empathy. Learn to understand the nuance of the human experience. AI can't feel. It's, I think, again, you might say, I thought I was in a design course, right? I thought I was studying design here, but you need to study people. Like, how experience creates value for people is really, really important. So the functional value that you can create, the economic value, the emotional value, if you can create and help people create their identity, then that produces a great deal of value and meaning, as I said before, meaningful experiences. Understanding those nuances are really important, so that you show up as mastering both empathy and having the tool set to be able to create value, generate value. So AI can simulate empathy, but it doesn't truly feel there. And that's what you can do as a human being that AI can't. So the last one is master human creativity, right? Embrace creative risk-taking. What humans are great at is unpredictability and originality, not conformity. If you look at what AI is, it's a prediction machine. It tends to produce conforming, predictable results. Now, it can still be really creative, but it's going to be creative within a fairly narrow range of results that it predicts will be accepted. What you can do is partner with AI, or learn to partner with AI to produce surprise and delight. You can be the quirky human being that does not what AI expects, right? And I think there's always going to be a demand for that level of creativity, whether it's in fashion or music or any area. We recognize authenticity, we recognize originality, and if you can figure out how to use AI to do that, you're going to be in a really powerful position. So, in wrapping up, I think, are there some dark clouds of disruption ahead of us? Sure. Should there, are there reasons that we should be uncomfortable? Absolutely, yes. That said, all of us can start doing things to help ourselves catch this wave, to catch its energy and to get out ahead of it and have a lot of fun as well. And to do that, I think, as I said, we all need to figure out what we can do that AI can't do. The winners in design will be those who are agile risk takers, who are experimenting and apply AI in new ways. They will be aggressively experimental. So I'm saying this is what you need to do, right? You need to be an agile risk taker. You need to be aggressively experiment and use AI design tools to create new solutions, and to move and become more of a design manager and a design strategist, not necessarily an implementer, because AI is going to be better at drawing and painting and writing and most of the things that we love about design and we're trained to do. I think AI is going to do that far better, faster and cheaper than human beings can do that, and it's going to displace us. So what can we do? Well, we can manage that process, and we can clarify how AI should be used. So that's really my presentation there. Thank you. I know I've been talking fast and throwing a lot at you, but I was trying to get a lot in my few minutes. My email address here is Daryl@darylray.com, R-H-E-A, pronounced Ray.com. And thank you for your attention, and I'll leave it up to the conference organizers if there are questions or if you want to move on to your next keynote. And I'm going to stop presenting here.
Thank you so much, Daryl, for that lovely presentation. I think that picture of the wave that looks so scary and overwhelming is a very accurate visual communication of what it is that we're all feeling to some extent. And I think that your presentation that emphasized that we need to actively paddle this wave links quite nicely to Ron's presentation yesterday, where he said that we need to appropriate AI for our own human-centered uses away from corporates, etc. So there's a nice link there. I'd like to give the audience an opportunity to take maybe one or two questions. There's one in the front. And maybe one more after this. Thank you.
Morning, Daryl. Thank you very much for your talk. This is Flora. I think I met you through Josephine Walwema.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, great.
Good to see you.
Good. So I have two questions. The first one is, you said you attended the Silicon Valley meeting last week. Mm-hmm. You visited us here, I believe. I would, since you are in both worlds, I would like your forecast or your vision to see how we can bring both the Silicon Savannah and the Silicon in a nexus. How do you see us inserting ourselves into the forefront of all these deliberations when it comes to where AI is going next? Are there opportunities that you foresee? And also you mentioned some very pertinent points of how we can, as human beings and designers, be relevant in this age. And I'm wondering, how long is this going to last? So these may be predictive from you, your imaginary, but I'd like to hear your articulation of those. How long is this brief period where we can insert ourselves as emotion readers, as being human, as being relevant? For how long do you think this can be? Because AI is pretty fast and it's adapt. So once it learns to emote past computing, and I believe there are some people who are calling for a halt to that kind of experimentation, that kind of innovation, I would like to just enter that discussion with you. What do you foresee? A year? Do we have? How long is this going to be? Just curious.
So there's a great deal, thanks for the question. I think there's a great deal of uncertainty, Flora, that is very, very hard to predict. I think it'll be, one point I would make is that the number of people who are actually influencing the development of AI tools and AI technology is actually, in my opinion, a very small number. It's thousands of people, and as I said, they're data scientists. It's a fairly closed world. One of the things that impressed me about the conference I mentioned, which was the TED conference specifically on AI, and there were, at one point, there were 7 different AI leaders and top researchers in the world in a panel discussion, and all of them said and agreed that nothing that they were working on today and introducing was even possible 18 months ago, which is pretty mind-blowing here, that all this AI, there's been such incredible progress being made in a very, very short time. And the feeling, not just with that panel, but largely throughout the industry, which also surprised me, was that no one felt like they really understood where AI was going to be in 24 months from now, in 2 years from now. So we have this amazing, rapid explosion of capability, and we don't actually have a roadmap for it because it's exponential. And the exponential qualities of it are transforming what's possible. So that's one kind of background issue that's there. So I think whether it's this, your audience in Kenya or other audiences in California, of AI. So, I don't think. I think we'll see a AGI, an artificial intelligence that really starts to exceed what human beings can do, probably in 2 years or less, and that's going to change things very dramatically. So we've got big changes, but Flora, how long we have to participate in that, I really don't know, and I don't think anyone else does. I think what we can do is adopt the tools that are emerging as quickly as possible, and to express if there's concerns we have, especially around the moral aspects where standards and control should be. I think it's really up to us to be vocal about those, and I'm proposing some standards in certain areas for AI, but it's very difficult because I think, in truth, the people that are really in control are much more worried about the billions of dollars or the hundreds of billions of dollars that they're spending than being controlled or throttled or limited in the addictive quality of what this technology can do. It is like fentanyl. It is like crack cocaine. This is going to be a deeply addictive technology because it's so powerful and wonderful. So I'll just stop there. I hope that that answered your question.
Thank you so much for that.
Was there a second question?
Any further questions, colleagues, students? I think there's a lot of food for thought. And these papers will be circulated, and I think further conversations can be crafted after this. But we thank you very much for your time from so far away and for sacrificing your evening to come and speak to us. It was very enlightening. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. I really enjoyed it.
Thank you very much, Renette. Thank you very much to the speaker. As I already announced, we have a change of the program, so we continue with our next presentation, and I'm more than delighted to announce Dr. Henry Mukwana to give his presentation. Dr. Henry bridges two approaches that are related on the one hand side to Kenya and his experience teaching here at this university, and on the other hand side, from his new position in Texas, he's teaching in Texas at the moment, so he will give us an insight about the different approaches from the different perspectives. And he tries also to bridge technical issues. Dr. Henry, the floor is yours. Please give an applause to Dr. Henry.
Okay, so good morning, everybody. My name is Dr. Henry Mukwana. I am an assistant professor of interior design at the Stephen F. Austin State University, that's in Texas. I'm formerly a lecturer of design here at Technical University of Kenya until last summer 2023 when I moved to the US. I'm so happy to be home, and it gives me much pleasure to be associated with this great event. I see a lot of colleagues I worked with and some of the students I used to see, and I'm overly excited and much more very privileged to be back here. So the way I've structured my presentation is that I'm going to share with you a little research I had done coming into this conference about AI opportunities in human-centered design. I'm grateful Daryl has opened up the topic of human-centered design, but then I come in now with the specific side of education. So I'm going to run you through my research briefly, and then I'll go now to the specifics, how AI programs are being utilized within the education sphere in the US. I'll have particular examples to share with you, and that's what you can take from this presentation. So, technology. So you will allow me to indulge you in a simple activity here. Just hover over to, yeah. So I don't know if anybody has a smartphone. I would like you to scan that QR code. It will lead you to a question about your understanding about AI, and then just type in the answer and submit. I know it's been a ringing song through this conference, but then just a word or two about what AI is to you, like what you understand it to be. It could not be in the definition, but then just the way it works. So if you have a smartphone, just scan the QR code and then ignore the first question that wants you to register to me. And there's another one that will want you to put in your name. You can ignore that as well. Just go direct to where it asks you the question of your understanding of AI. Okay. I believe you've scanned. Let's hover over to the responses. You'll see your responses come in hot. I can't see what's there. Somebody said it's a powerful tool. Anybody else? Trying to think. It's helpful. A possible partner if we know how the relationship will thrive, and then it's a disruption. A smart machine. All right, so it keeps emerging with time. A mirror of who we are from what we share. A tool to ease usage. A machine that has capabilities of human beings able to integrate information. Let me stop from that point right there and then hover over to, essentially you're all correct. There are so many definitions, and there's no a single definition that can really encompass everything that AI is. So let's see a small definition, and then we'll proceed. It's just a small video that summarizes up everything that you've been talking about. Hit the space bar for me, please. There's no sound. We need to go back, so let's, you can set the sound.
What is AI? AI stands for artificial. What is AI? AI stands for artificial intelligence, and it's a way for computers to learn and work kind of like us. You can think of AI as a brain for a computer. Similar to how we use our brains to learn and make decisions, AI uses special computer programs to do the same thing. With AI, computers can help us with the stuff that would be really hard for people to do on their own. They can help doctors diagnose diseases, allow us to predict the weather more accurately, and even play video games. It works by using software to look at lots of information and find patterns. Just like how you can tell the difference between a dog and a cat, AI can learn to recognize things too. There are three main types of AI: supervised, unsupervised, and reinforcement learning. Each type learns in its own special way, but they all use lots of data to get better at what they do. AI is important because it helps us do things faster, more accurately, and sometimes even better than we could on our own. Plus, it can help us solve really complex problems that we might not be able to figure out by ourselves. With AI, the possibilities are endless. From self-driving cars to personal assistants, AI is changing the way we live and work. So the next time you hear about AI, just remember that it's like a smart brain for computers, helping us to solve big problems and do things we never thought possible.
All right, so basically that will be the definition I'll be adopting for my research. Let's feed back to this microphone. Daryl has spoken so much about human-centered design. Since I had it in my slide, just allow me to go over it again before now I can delve into the intricacies of my, my research. So you can hit the spacebar.
HCD follows 3 steps: discover, create, and deliver. There are lots of different ways to refer to these steps, but no matter how you label them, the process is the same. HCD can be used to completely frame a WASH program and used to address new design challenges throughout a project cycle. First, it's important to discover what people really desire and reframe the problem through their eyes. This includes observing, listening, and learning about the needs, aspirations, barriers, and motivators of everyone involved. The phase ends with the development of design strategy and clear definition of the problem. Create. You will explore multiple ideas and test them quickly to arrive at a feasible solution. Fail fast to learn faster. This rapid prototyping often focuses on the technical feasibility of a solution. Lastly, you will deliver activities to pilot solutions that respond to users' preferences, desires, and needs. During this pilot, you will continue to listen and adapt. The goal is to identify a viable model to sustainably and effectively deliver a product, service, training, or strategy. Once you have piloted and iterated, it is time to scale up. Overall, HCD has the power to unlock possibilities and pathways in your WASH program that might not have been known at the project onset. By embracing and applying HCD, you will be able to learn, pivot, and implement WASH programs and projects that meet your end users where they are.
All right, so so basically that's what HCD is. Let me go to my research. So as I told you before, my research is titled AI Opportunities in Human-Centered Design Education, and it delves into the integration of artificial intelligence within the human-centered design education. So from the video, we've seen that AI encompasses systems designed to emulate human cognitive functions such as learning, problem solving, adaptability to diverse contexts. And on the other hand, HCD is a methodology that fundamentally emphasizes and understanding and prioritizing end users. In emerging domains, this research explored how AI can personalize learning experiences, foster adaptive collaboration, and support innovative, responsive teaching methodologies tailored to individual learner profiles within the design education. So AI has emerged as a transformative force across industries, with particularly promising applications in education. And like I said, this study focused on HCD, where creativity, adaptability, and critical thinking is paramount. It sought to eliminate how AI can tackle some of the persistent challenges within the design education, such as varying engagement levels, the need for adaptive learning pathways, and the necessity to prepare students for the dynamic technological landscape. By examining the intersections of AI and human-centered design education, this research aimed to outline how AI-enhanced educational practices can yield measurable improvements in student engagement, skill acquisition, and overall educational outcomes. So, the research objectives for this study was structured around three core objectives. Firstly, it investigated how AI enhanced learning through tailored real-time personalization of context and feedback, allowing for a more differentiated approach to instruction. And secondly, it analyzed how AI can simulate creativity and innovation within the design education, which are critical competencies in this field. And lastly, it examined AI's potential to align educational outcomes with industry demands, ensuring that students acquire skills and knowledge that are directly relevant to the future of professional environments. Each of these objectives reflects our commitment to using AI as a strategic tool to bridge educational gaps and address emerging needs in design training. So I'll run through my literature review, and the theoretical framework draws upon several foundational learning theories. The first one is the constructivist learning theory, proposed by Piaget and Vygotsky, and it suggests that knowledge is actively constructed through experience and interaction and not passively absorbed. In this context, AI can function as a tool for interactive and adaptive learning that aligns with these constructivist principles. Additionally, there is connectivism and sociocultural theory that highlights cultural contexts. And in this case, AI enhances these aspects by facilitating seamless connectivity among students, educators, and resources, fostering an interconnected learning environment that mirrors real-world professional collaboration. So if we can look at AI-driven personalization education, this is where one of the significant advantages of AI in education lies in its ability to personalize learning experiences. We all agree that traditional education models often lack flexibility and fail to address unique learning needs of individual students. However, AI-driven systems, such as ITS or intelligent tutoring systems, use adaptive algorithms that can adjust a lesson complexity and pacing in real time based on each learner's experience. This individualized approach to instruction is not only maintains a student engagement, but also encourages learners to progress at their own pace, which ultimately enhances comprehension and retention. So, enhancing collaboration with AI and in design education, where collaboration and iterative feedback is essential, AI's role in supporting learning is particularly valuable. AI-powered platforms provide tools that enable students to collaborate seamlessly, even across geographical and temporal divides. These platforms support both synchronous and asynchronous interactions, and also enable peer feedback, co-creation, and project management. By simulating professional collaborative environments, AI-based tools help students to build skills and adaptability and teamwork, things that are essential, increasingly critical in today's design industry. AI resource access. So we look at AI's potential to promote resource access and inclusivity, which is another critical aspect of its role in education. And in this case, AI can curate resources significantly tailored to each student's learning objectives, providing relevant materials and at an appropriate difficulty level. Additionally, we have AI tools that can offer multilingual support and accommodate diverse cultural contexts, making learning more inclusive for students from various backgrounds. These tools are specifically beneficial for overcoming traditional barriers to educational resources, as they provide all the students with equitable access to materials and support they need to succeed. Our research methodology, I don't know if that's what on the screen. Our research employed a mixed methods approach, allowing for comprehensive examination of AI impacts in human-centered design education. This approach combined both qualitative and quantitative data to provide a nuanced view of AI's role. To ensure relevance and depth, we utilized purposive sampling, selecting participants with first-hand experience in AI and design education. This targeted sampling ensured that our findings were informed by the perspectives of educators, students, and professionals who understand the practical applications and implications of AI in educational settings. Our data collection and analysis was done using 3 primary methods: surveys to gather quantitative data on perceptions of AI, interviews to gain qualitative insights into AI's educational applications, and observations to directly examine AI in classroom environments. Our analysis methods included statistical techniques for identifying trends and correlations with quantitative data, while thematic analysis allowed us to explore deeper insights within the quantitative data. This comprehensive approach enabled us to understand both measurable impacts of AI, subjective experiences of users within the design education. So we addressed, I'm having a little. Okay, so I'm having a some trouble addressing my. So we are at the ethical and practical challenges. So while doing this, we ensured ethical and practical challenges were taken care of. And in this case, while AI offers substantial potential in education, it also presented ethical and practical challenges that warrant ethical and that warrant careful consideration. We discovered that key concerns included data privacy, given that AI's reliance on large quantities of student data and algorithmic bias that would reinforce existing inequalities if not carefully managed. Additionally, AI has the potential to exacerbate the digital divide if access to these tools is not equitably distributed. Our research underscored the importance of developing ethical guidelines and transparent frameworks that protect student data, promote equity, and ensure that AI resources are accessible and fair for all students. So for the key findings and implications, our findings underscored that AI has the potential to transform the design education by enabling personalized learning, facilitating collaborative interactions, and expanding resource access. These tools support educators in delivering customized learning experiences, enhancing student engagement, and fostering essential skills. These implications suggest that with thoughtful integration, AI can create more inclusive and dynamic educational environments that prepare students for a technology-driven, collaborative professional landscape. So, conclusions and recommendations. AI presents a powerful opportunity to enhance human-centered design education by strategically implementing AI tools. Educators can provide personalized learning with inclusive learning experiences that prepare students for the demands of the modern workforce. However, we recommend that investing in educator training is essential to maximize AI's potential, establishing regulatory frameworks to address ethical concerns, and fostering partnerships with industries to align applications with real-world design needs. Through these actions, AI's potential can be harnessed responsibly, creating a robust foundation for the future of design education. These expanded narratives provides a richer explanations and deeper insights into each slide's content. And I believe we can learn something going forward from this presentation. So having unearthed potential gaps that AI can fit in, I would like to show you some of the technologies that are being utilized in the US. Majorly, some institutions are using them to enhance the student-teacher interaction or the teaching workflow within the university. So may I request we go to the next presentation. So in this presentation, I'm just going to show you some of the technologies that the US, most universities in the US are using to make sure that the workflow, class workflow, the teacher and student engagement is made possible and easy to go by. All right, so the integration of AI into education is not merely a trend, and it represents a profound shift in how we can teach, learn, and engage with knowledge. I'll discuss how the USA, as a global leader in technological innovation, has implemented AI in education. I will highlight the successes, the challenges, and the lessons that can inform our own practices. So we've seen that AI is not just about technology, it's about people, students, teachers, and communities, and how we can better meet the needs through innovation. So we will explore, number one, the role of AI in transforming education in the USA. Number two, the innovative practices that are reshaping the classrooms. And number three, the challenges that have surfaced during the implementation, and the lessons we can learn and apply in other contexts. So the US diverse educational landscape, from urban school districts to rural communities, public universities and private institutions provides a rich testing ground for AI applications. And this diversity has helped uncover both immense potential of AI and obstacles that need addressing. So let's see the role of AI in transforming education in USA. So we'll begin by understanding how AI is transforming education in the United States. And here there are 5 key areas where AI has made significant impact. First, personalized learning. Tools like Dreambox and Carnegie Learning have transformed the one-size-fits-all approach to education. These tools assess individual students' progress and adapt content to their needs. For instance, a student struggling with the fractions may receive additional exercises and tutorials tailored to their pace, while advanced students can move on, maintaining engagement for all. Second, streamlining administrative tasks. And this is where platforms like GradeScope automate repetitive tasks such as grading, saving teachers valuable time, and this has allowed them to focus more on classroom interactions and developing creative instructional strategies. Third, there is expanding accessibility, and this is where AI has greatly enhanced education for students with disabilities. For instance, there is voice recognition software and real-time transcription tools such as Otter AI, the third one on the list there. And we all know that during the pandemic, we had interactive tools like Zoom that included automatic transcription and breakout room management to enhance the learning experiences. So these innovations have now become standard features in hybrid education models, at least in the US context. Fifth, learning activities, and this is where AI systems analyze vast amounts of data on student performance, identifying patterns that predict outcomes like academic success or dropout risks. Early warning systems in higher education, for instance, flag out students who may need extra support, allowing institutions to intervene proactively. These innovative practices in AI education have proved to be very, very valuable in the student-teacher setting. Next, I would like us to look at some innovative practices that are redefining classrooms in the USA. And specifically in STEM education, AI virtual labs like Labster provide students with hands-on tools on learning experiences without need for expensive equipment. So these are just virtual labs that students can log in and perform their interaction with each other on specific topics. For instance, students can conduct a chemistry experiment in a virtual environment, practicing safely and affordably. This has particularly boosted interest in STEM fields among underrepresented groups. And then there is also gamification, which is another exciting area where platforms like Kahoots and Quizlets use AI to create game-like learning environments by incorporating elements of competition and reward. These tools keep students engaged and motivated, and it leads to more understanding and more appreciation of the learning journey. And then we have adaptive learning platforms such as Alex, ALEKS, that offer real-time assessments that adjust the curriculum dynamically. This mastery-based approach ensures that students thoroughly understand a topic before progressing, leading to a better retention and academic success. Finally, teacher training is being revolutionized by AI, and we have platforms like Coursera. I think that's very common, and where professional development programs tailored to educators' needs are offered, equipping them for teaching practices. And these initiatives help teachers to stay ahead of the curve in the rapidly evolving educational landscape. So there are also challenges. There are also challenges that are experienced in this process. So while AI offers tremendous opportunities, its implementation has not been without challenges. First, there's data privacy. So we know that AI relies on larger volumes of data, especially for students. This, when you're doing personalization and analytics, this raises concerns about data security and ensuring compliance with privacy laws such as FERPA. This is an organization in the US that ensures compliance with data laws. In the US has been a major focus, but the risk of data breaches remains a challenge. Secondly, there's a problem with equity and accessibility. And this is where the digital divide continues to hinder effective implementation of AI in underserved communities. Rural schools often lack infrastructure needed to deploy AI without equitable access to technology. And we see that AI can inadvertently deepen existing educational inequalities. And third, and which is major, there is something called algorithmic bias. And this is where if AI models are not trained on, they are trained on biased data sets, they can deepen or perpetuate or even amplify existing societal biases. For instance, admission algorithms can favor certain demographics groups, and this has prompted calls for greater transparency in AI development, and that is happening. Fourth, there is teacher resistance, where we see that many educators view AI as a potential threat to their roles or lack the training to use it effectively. Overcoming this resistance requires not only technical training, but also demonstrating how AI can enhance rather than replace their expertise. These challenges highlight the importance of ethical frameworks, equitable access, and teacher support in realizing AI's full potential. So from these experiences, the US has derived valuable lessons that can guide future implementations. And that will be, number one, investing in infrastructure. And they have federal programs like E-Rate that have provided internet access in schools, enabling wider adoption. And for other countries, ensuring basic infrastructure is a prerequisite for AI integration effectively. There's also need to provide professional training for teachers to use AI tools. And there are programs like IST, International Society for Technology in Education, which empower educators to integrate AI into teaching. And then there is the aspect of ensuring ethical AI development, where transparency and accountability are vital. There are guidelines from organizations such like EDUCAUSE that stress the need for ethical AI practices that avoid bias and protect the students' data. And then there's need to foster public-private partnerships. And in this case, with tech companies like Google and Microsoft, and this has expanded AI adoption in schools. So in the context, for instance, in Kenya, we can bring in companies like Safaricom, which are tech giants within the country. These partnerships will drive innovation while ensuring scalability. We need to encourage research and pilot programs, and this is happening in the US, where it's funded pilot projects to test AI in diverse educational settings, gatherings, evidence before scaling up. This ensures that solutions are practical and effective. So these lessons demonstrate that while the road to AI integration may be complex, It's navigable, it's not impossible. With the right strategies and collaborations, we can all realize an educational setting where AI becomes an integral partner and ensures that there's more objectivity and more learning and understanding between the parties involved, that's the teachers and students. In conclusion, we can see that AI has the power to transform education in the whole world, from personalized learning to improved accessibility and analytics. It offers a wealth of opportunities to enhance educational outcomes. However, its adoption must be approached with responsibility and equity at the forefront. The USA's experience reminds us that the importance of investing in infrastructure and prioritizing ethical practices is at the core of fostering teacher confidence and student satisfaction. As we look into the future, let us embrace AI not as a replacement for human educators, but as a partner that enhances their ability to inspire and educate. So that will be it for me from this presentation, and I thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions?
So nice to have you back, Henry.
Thank you.
Now on the real, look at me in the eye. You know our constraints here, and we're having a cheeky side chat with Dr. Muthoma. And you know how we've got a lot of red tape, a lot of social issues, and it's so good that on the last day, we're having your way forwards in terms of adaptability here in our own institutions. On the first day, Prof. Odochpido had told us about our own adaptability and about sustainability. Even Ernst Wagner had talked about that. And there was a question Prof had asked. He had talked to us about kanya, persevere, because our environment here is so retrogressive, and we spend a lot of time yearning to be at the forefront of technological developments in the world, because that's who we are as Kenyans. Literally, our labor and our enterprise is so much to be admired, regardless of what we go through here at home. And you've been here, you've been in our system, you know what we deal with, and now you're there. So I wanted you to just address anything that has come to mind for you that would enable us to then take our position in that forefront, regardless, of what you know we go through here. And I don't want to name them, because some people may get hurt, or I'll be labeled as a very pessimistic person, and I don't. But the reality is we've got vikwazo.
Yes.
So many. Thanks for that. And you know them. That's why I'm beseeching you to just now talk to us. What do you think?
So I understand totally and completely what you mean, having been here for 7 years as a lecturer. And for you to move in the next frontier of innovation, as far as the classwork is concerned, there has to be deliberate steps that forego politics and emotional inclinations. One of the things that will ensure that is having robust systems. You know, when you have a system in place, it doesn't matter who comes around. They have to plug in and continue with the flow. Where I'm teaching right now, systems is the core word. Things run on systems, okay? So you're talking about infrastructure, you're talking about technology, you're talking about policies that govern the interaction between teachers and students, and every other operation within an academic environment. So what I would really say could be the step forward for this context, what you're talking about is embracing robust systems. Number one, having a robust learning management system, because that's where you come in and plug the AI programs, okay? I don't know if TUC right now has a learning management system that they use for all their courses. At Stephen F. Austin State University, where I'm teaching, right now, we work with the learning management system called Brightspace, where courses are curated in there and everything that deals with classes. It's easy to draw analytics for every other student so that you can know engagement levels. You can know the student who's drifting out of the system, out of the classwork, who has the danger of falling off. And then you can personalize their training in response to achieving their course objectives. So deliberate act of entrenching system, a learning system, a robust learning management system will be the first recommendation I would make for Technical University of Kenya. And then just have policies and rules and regulations that govern it, and then train the staff accordingly in how to getting along with the same. That will ensure standardization, and that will ensure efficiency, and that will ensure proper user experience, that all geared to making sure that objectives, learning objectives, course objectives are achieved on a wider scale. Yeah. Yes.
Okay, now. Thank you, Henry. Nice to see you. You know, I have a bone to pick with you. We were supposed to do some supervision, then I discovered soon you have left me. So, but happy to see you. So now my question comes. Thank you for the two studies, which are very interesting. So before I ask my question, my question is like this: in Kenya, as you're aware, there's this big solution. And then the solution from, I don't want to use the word bottom up because I'll be beaten up, but the solution which comes from below. And people are very innovative in finding these solutions. Yes. Even in this university, if you're aware, especially the younger lecturers, I'm not anything against the older ones, they have come up with some creative ways of doing this. In fact, some use these systems like Moodle is very well used. Yeah. Many systems are being used, and there are many resources which are even available, which can say are free or cheaper to use around, and are being used in a way even to enhance learning. So my question is this: with the resources available to us, with the small, with the whatever can be picked here and there, so that you can have tailor-made solutions. And by the way, soon you'll be hit by CBC students in the university. Maybe two questions, and maybe a direct attack. When are you coming to conduct a similar, or in cooperation with your friends here, a similar research with the way of coming up with a way forward, taking cognizance of our challenges, which you know very well, but which can really work, because there are solutions which already come. So when are you coming for this, starting this new study in collaboration with your friends here? And then what is the way forward so that we have something which is tailor-made to our peculiar situation?
Yeah. So like I said before, it starts with a deliberate decision by the management or the senior level of administration of the university to want to have a change, you know, to go out of the comfort zone and embrace the unknown. And like you say, I agree. There are very bright minds all over here, and they have very noble ideas. This is a technical university. I was challenging somebody yesterday when I was having tea. Like being a technical university, innovation, creativity, and innovation is core of your mandate. And it's a pain that maybe over time, I'm speaking from my experience being here, we don't have a framework that ensures that this creativity is harnessed and potentially maintained to the end, like process it up to the end. We should have a department of innovation, like something like that, creativity and innovation. And at the end of the day, or at the end of the year, we should have milestones that you can look up into and say, look, this is the kind of innovation we got from Flora, and we've tried to curate it, and it has the potential to transform the way we are going to teach our students. So it has to be a deliberate effort by the management to embrace innovation and creativity that is within the student and teaching fraternity. I used to teach interior design, and most of the time we used to have pin-ups where students would come up with very interesting, very creative projects. And unfortunately, that's where it will end, you know. After they present and they leave the room, that's the end of it, you know. In other contexts, like where I come from, you have very senior management personnel that come to attend such a presentation. About 2 weeks ago, we had a competition. It was called a design charrette, conducted by our department, where we gave out a design challenge to the students, and we asked them to come up with an innovative product that can help learning interior design. And since technology is there, they were going into 3D printing, 3D modeling software, coming up with pieces of interactive models that can support interior design learning. And they would go to the makerspace. They have in the library, there's a specific area called the makerspace. They have 3D printers. They have everything a student will need to create prototypes for of their designs. And then they will be done for free for them. So the day for the presentation came in, and the vice president of the university was in attendance. Okay? We had the vice president, we had the dean of the College of Education, we had the director, and a few other people who came in and sat through the presentations. And then at the end of the presentation that won was awarded $2,000. Okay? And that's the way to go. And then now they instructed us to perfect the winning entity and move it forward, refine it, create more options to it, and then just try to curate and then bring it back now to the department to enhance the learning purposes it was intended for. So that's the way to go. You have to channel all your efforts, all your resources towards innovative endeavors from the students and the members of staff. Okay? And that's what I would respond to. I hope I answered your question. Yeah.
Okay. So thank you very much. Give a
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for the presentation. Yeah. My name is Dr. Nyakundi from the Kenya National Commission for UNESCO. I must say that I'm so thrilled by the presentation you've made, and I was busy asking myself a lot of questions, just to add on to what they have said, that I wish you had carried a kind of another study in our country, in Africa, and specifically in Kenya here. And that is what makes me ask these questions. And I'm hoping very soon you'll do that. Okay. And I would want you to actually find out what's the major reason why most African countries have not ventured into application of AI in our education system. What is this major reason, and how can we deal with it? Okay. And to me, that actually would make all of us so excited about everything. Yeah. US is doing it. Yes. Back home here. Yeah. What is this major reason? Yeah. That is making us not get into it? Now, another question. Do you think we can trust AI in our classroom in Kenya here? you could be knowing why I'm asking that. Can we trust AI in our classroom? And another one. Now, from this conference now that is ending today, what would be included in the action plan from your presentation? That is, I've got a concern on that. Kindly ensure that from your presentation, we have a lot included in the action plan, hoping that the action plan will eventually turn into a policy brief and probably be pushed into lawmakers so that we can actually come up with more policies to support our country to improve or get better to what you're presenting. And I'm also just wondering, how long will it take for us to be there where the others are? So that now things can be easier and better. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so from my point of view, what I'll deem the most impeding factor as far as entrenching AI into our educational systems is concerned, I would want to think it's resources and perhaps lack of infrastructure. We are talking about the digital divide. In this case, we're just addressing areas that are capable. We're talking maybe Nairobi, but then you see you have another student in Turkana. We're talking about the digital divide and the willingness to venture into the unknown. Sometimes getting out of your comfort zone is all it takes to venture into the next level. So first of all is setting up proper infrastructure and then making a conscious decision to invest in AI resources. AI is not cheap. The other time my partners and I, we are talking about creating an AI application that automatically grades interior design assignments in terms of sketching and rendering, and talking about computer-aided design. So we contacted a firm in Pakistan that makes interior design programs. They design and they build. And they gave us a quotation of $38,000 just for a simple programs that you can embed into the learning management system to automate grading and take that burden away. So it's not cheap. When you're talking about a full-scale organization like Technical University of Kenya, then the budget will be even more steep. So allocating resources, first of all, having a conscious decision to invest in AI, and number two, allocating resources to it. And then the third one is educating the folk about AI. Those three approaches, I believe, would be fundamental to realizing AI in this context. So we're talking, and then you asked about AI, for instance, in Technical University of Kenya. You cannot close your eyes to AI, you know. If you try to close your eyes to AI, it's like closing your eyes so that you cannot see the sun, okay? AI has come and it's here to stay. So it's for the educational institutions to find ways and means to effectively use AI. If you're going to give a student an assignment that you fear they're going to utilize AI to answer, then the onus is on you to structure that assignment in such a way that even though they use AI, they've had a human element, a creative spark that originated from their brain, and they fed the AI to get the solution, okay? There's always a human element to the AI. Even the automatic grading AI program we're talking about, it will have a rubric area where you as a human being, you'll go in there and tell it to grade this assignment using this matrix, okay? So there will always be a human element in the use of AI, and that's where the rubber meets the road as far as classroom is concerned. And integration of AI into institutions as the Republic of Kenya is all about embracing change, realizing that we are now entering the digital age, and the government has to make deliberate efforts to equip the learning institutions with these technologies, assigning budget to it, sending some of the people abroad to learn and bring back the knowledge, and then just integrating it into the systems as a way of life. So that's where I believe it will begin from. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So thank you very much. I think this was a very interesting morning. In the first speech, we had kind of impression what is the bigger frame of what we are talking about. And then Dr. Henry brought us back to a specific aspect and how it is integrated in an institution, in an educational institution, and then bringing it back to Kenya. I think this was a wonderful experience we all could share. So thank you very much for the organizers of this conference to putting together these two lectures. I was informed by Mary Claire that we do now all the sessions in parallel. So we don't have 2 slots, which was originally announced in the program as we are running out of time. So we put all these different sessions together in one slot, and then we have break after that, lunch break. And I ask you for your patience now, because we have to organize this now. First, I would like just to ask, and I have the list of possible presenters here. I would like to ask which presenter is here and able to present. No. I read the list, and then you raise your hand. Okay? So otherwise I get confused. So the first presenter would be Dindi Odeling and Okura Frederick. We don't have. Then we have Ogochukwu Gloria. We don't have. Then we have Mary Claire. I saw your hand. Thank you. Then we have Michael Chimu Amidu. We don't have. Then we have Priscilla Munga. We don't have. Then we have Ruth Wambui. We don't have. This makes our life easier. Then we have George Maiti. Not. Frederick Mbogo. Ah, good. Welcome. Then we have Nial Val Gombe and George Eric. No. We have Donna Peter, we have. Then we have Joseph Kedego. We have. Then we have Henry Mukwana. So, do you run a session as well? No. Then we have Mombeke Mpoko, not here. Sam Hopkins. He's not here. Okay. Then we have Tigere Moringa, not here. Then we have Emerencia Petronella, sorry, I'm so sorry for Petronella and co. Not. Then we have Suki. You are running a session. Then we have Jane. Jane is here. Then we have Mutasir Abule. He is here. Then we have Ronette Kruger. Then we have Neaval Ngombe. Not here. We have Murtala Musa. Not here.
No, he's here. He's here.
Ah. Sorry, okay. Then we have Whitney McKenna. Whitney McKenna. Not. Then we have, so that's it.
Margaret. 1 minute, sorry. Margaret is online. Is Margaret online? Or
Yeah, we have 3 presenters online. Okay. So then we organize it in this way. We have Mary Claire as a presenter. Please come here. We have Donna Pido. Perhaps you could just meet there over where Donna is. And then we have Joseph Kirego. Please, this is one group. And we have Frederick Mbogo with this group, where Donna is. Then we have an online group, Margaret and Mutala and now Margaret, Herman and Constant. They stay here. And then we have another group, Suki, Jane, and Mudassir. Can you just come here and so that it is clear where you go? And Renette, can you join this group, please? So we have 3 groups. One is coming here together, the second one is coming here together, and the third one is online. Okay? So perhaps, may I ask, can I have a mic? Perhaps, can I ask this group just to tell you your topics so that people are able to join your specific group?
Topic. My topic is a critique of a cover image on a recently published book on indigenous knowledge.
Thank you.
This one is from tradition to innovation, AI-driven heritage building information system.
Very clear.
My topic is enhancing Kenya's resilience by integrating AI into design education.
I'm discussing a play called Oret and the implications on AI in Kenyan theater.
And which room do you go? So this group is going to the hall, okay? So people who are interested in these topics, they join this group. Go
to the hall because it's an exhibition. We were saying Donna can't move forward. Are we allowed to speak?
No, the online presentation is here. But Donna can switch the group. So Donna stays here, and we have this group in the hall without Donna, but Donna stays here with the online group. So the next group is going to another room, and we start with Suki giving her topic.
I'm just going to be very simple about it. It's design, cultural heritage, and AI, and how I've implemented it in a class.
Hello, thank you. Good afternoon. My topic is benefit of AI, benefit and application of AI in some university libraries in Katsina State, Nigeria.
Ours will be on how students engage with AI, observations from EVC's virtual exhibition.
I'll be talking on a didactic tool for lecturers to sensitize students to the challenges of the use of AI in education.
Okay. Which room are you going to?
My topic is radio frequency identification device in academic libraries, state of the art. Thank you.
And you're part of this group? Okay. And the room is?
I think you can go to F block, room F12. Jane, this is okay? You need a rapporteur? Annette, please come. You will rapporteur with Jane. So those who would like to join Jane and the team, kindly follow the group right now. Just right now quickly, so that you all go together, please. F12, F block, she knows it, so she'll guide you. Annette also? Okay.
And the third group that stays here, we have Donna here. We have the online presentation by Margaret, a critical assessment of stage, visual culture and human-centric tools in theater production in Ghana. And then we have Constance's presentation. Constance is from Cameroon. And then we have Herman on African visual culture and the design curriculum in the age of AI. This group is staying here. After end of your sessions, we do have lunch break, and the lunch break is where?
The lunch break is at the senior common room. We shall be guided there by the volunteers. So for the team for Dr. Kidenda, you are going to S block, the boardroom on 4th floor. You will have to figure this out because we've been combined. Is Dr. Kesula here? Where? Hello, fantastic. So you're the moderator, and Jackie is the rapporteur. So kindly, S block, Jackie, could you guide them, please? So anyone who'd like to join that team, kindly. Guys, if we could just start moving, please. S block, 4th floor, the boardroom. Who? Who would like to take a chair? Okay. So maybe the ones remaining here, because you know we've combined them, so it's a bit confusing. We could just give her as the moderator, or would you like?
No, I have to go to F block, presenting with Jane.
Okay, so she will be the moderator. Guys, kindly take to the place you're supposed to be, please. So Dr. Opa Nyakundi will be the moderator for the team remaining here for the online groups. Oh, sorry. I don't know, Avi, would you like to be a rapporteur, or should I give it to someone else? I kind of want you, but we also have Teresa on standby. So Teresa, you'll be the rapporteur. I would suggest you come sit next to Dr. Opa, so that in case of anything, she can just quickly guide you, right? So you're sort of taking charge, yeah? Yes. Let me confirm, maybe 45 or so. Ernst? So Ernst, just to confirm, 45 minutes for each.
Yeah, until lunch break.
Which is like 45 minutes or?
I think an hour.
An hour is good. Okay, so
switch off my camera. So thank you very much for the opportunity. I very much regret not being able to be there in person. It would have been fantastic for me to interact with everybody there. So my paper explores the integration of African visual culture in the design curricula in the context of a current AI-driven era. So I'm using empirical data from interviews I conducted in a larger study on and a thematic content analysis of AI-generated cultural artifacts. All this is framed within the theoretical concepts of the coloniality of being, power, and knowledge. And the paper emphasizes the importance of design education in recognizing and promoting African culture on a global stage, especially against the dominant Western cultural influences. So I'm using the work of Ndlovu Gacheni, where the coloniality of power refers to the enduring global power structures rooted in colonialism that continues to shape economies, politics, culture, and knowledge systems. It is intrinsically tied to the colonial matrix of power, a concept developed by Kochianu, which outlines the mechanisms with which global power have historically been concentrated in the hands of Western elites. So through systemic violence, racism, and exploitation, these power dynamics continue to disenfranchise non-Western populations, particularly in the global South. So the colonial matrix of power identified by Ndlovu Gacheni comprises four main dimensions, which is economic control, political and sovereign disruption, social constructs of ideology, and epistemic supremacy. Then moving on to the coloniality of knowledge that critiques the role of universities and higher education systems as sites of colonial reproduction. According to Ndlovu Gacheni, while universities in Africa exist, he argues that there are no truly African universities. So this distinction points to enduring colonial legacy embedded in the epistemologies, methodologies, and structures of these institutions. And he outlined 7 models of universities, which he challenged the current dominant neoliberal and Eurocentric foundations of academics. And scholars like Mbembe further shed light on the colonial legacies, asking whether it's too late to transform these institutions into authentically of African spaces. And this is especially within the South African context. And as a key challenge in decolonization of knowledge is deciding which epistemology should guide this transformation in the process of rediscovering or constructing African epistemologies as contend with questions of authenticity and cultural evolution. Then in relation to coloniality of being, addressing the ontological dimensions of colonialism, focusing on how it dehumanizes and marginalizes individuals and groups. So Gacheni describes the coloniality of being as the denial of African cultural and intellectual contributions. And he identifies key contributions of African intellectuals that challenges this kind of narrative. So Day calls for an end to the false equivalence of Western knowledge with universal truth and emphasizes the importance of recognizing multiple ways of knowing and being. So the decolonial project seeks to dismantle the colonial matrix of power, knowledge, and being, advocating for pluralism, inclusivity, and the recognition of diverse epistemologies. However, this path is fraught with challenges, and Ansari notes thinking beyond modernity while from within its structures, it's inherently difficult, requiring remaining reimagining of methods, tools, and frameworks. So in practical terms, decoloniality can call for slowing down the pace of modernity to reveal its unsustainable logic, and in design, this might involve resisting neoliberal cooperation and embracing global self-traditions. So in education, it is necessary a commitment to Africa-centered curriculum, multilingualism, and epistemic freedom. So ultimately, the decolonial agenda aims to create a world where all knowledge systems are valued and all people can coexist as equals. So the data that I reflect on in this paper is on a population group that was interviewed of 23 final year diploma students at the South African University of Technology. And I interviewed them around representing African culture, and to counter the coloniality of being and to acknowledge the cultural contributions of Africa, design students need to have the necessary vocabulary to represent African culture on the global stage. and the ability of South African designers to describe and discuss their visual culture, cultural contribution could give an input in the cultural and asked to describe their visual culture. Students described their visual culture with varying depths. So student 17 achieved a sophisticated description of his culture. He described Swazi culture through color, pattern, structure, and technical aesthetics, while student 12 described the Ndebele culture as a form of pop art. Student 3 described forms and shapes in the Tswana culture, and student 4 also focused on the Zulu culture as colorful. Student 14 highlighted the animal print in his culture, and student 15 described the warm colors of his culture. Student 6 spoke in detail about the significant role of blue and white in the Tswana culture, and student 2 described her culture as vibrant and deeply meaningful, symbolized by color, music, dancing, and celebration, and explicable profound essence. Student 18 described both his Christian and traditional cultures in terms of color and shape. And the statement reflects a personal journey from a traditional African cultural background rooted in ancestral rituals to embracing Christianity. So it highlights the symbolic significance of the cross in Christianity, representing the purity and faith, and the student also acknowledged their cultural roots, emphasizing unique artistic expressions such as zigzags, curved lines, and so forth. So this demonstrates a blend of spiritual belief and cultural aesthetics. Student 4 described Tsonga culture as having a clear identity without actually visually describing it. And several students described their cultures by relating it to social values without reference to design-related terminology necessarily. So if you look at student 3, she gave a description that reflects the patriarchal nature of the Tsonga culture, and student 13 described his culture as loving and welcoming, emphasizing warmth and hospitality, and it acknowledges the individual attitudes that may vary, but general impressions of openness and friendliness. So I'm going to skip a few of these descriptions just to fit into the 15 minutes that are allocated. But as you can see, the statements from student B1 describes the North Soto culture as deeply rooted in unity and communal support, and student 16 highlighted Swazi culture as a means of personal expression and storytelling. Student 10 emphasized the culture deeply rooted in strong tradition, and student 9 described Zulu culture as vibrant, powerful, and widely recognized. So, based on what our students were doing, and we gave prompts to DALI in relation to creating an image representing the various cultures that is present in the study. It is interesting to note the pictures that was created, and then the prompts that was given to say, to improve this representation of Zulu culture, you should consider huts and kraals, drums or headdresses, textures of the beadwork. So this is the response of AI on how to improve this image in relation to the Zulu culture. Similarly then in the Tswana culture, where there's now a focus on looking at jewelry, adornments, rondels, and dance movements. Similarly in Xhosa, there is these themes of dancers, musicians, beadwork, adding wildlife, additional traditional structures, and then the Ndebele culture showing community events, livestock, patterns, and colors of the house. In Tswana, again around color use, jewelry, dance, and ceremonial events, and the Tsonga visual culture about dancers, movement, wildlife, weaving patterns, and baskets. So, in interpreting African culture, in their responses to questions on their views about using the cultural symbols in their design work, students responded by saying they enjoy seeing African design, but also cautions against inappropriate use of cultural symbols because they have plurality of meaning. And student 2, for instance, said he finds it empowering to see his African culture reflected in design artifacts, as long as there is no offensive use of cultural icons. And student 7 also indicated that in his culture, if it is used respectfully in design, it can raise the regard for that culture. And similarly, said that student 8 said that designers must be culturally conscious and do research required before deploying African visual elements. Similarly, student 2 expressed her pleasure about the Africanness in being about Africanness being embraced in design. So the coloniality of being is defined by Ndlovu Gacheni. It is within that context necessary to consider the role of design education can play in the context of this coloniality of being. So how does South African design education place the African culture on a global stage? And how do design educators acknowledge the contribution of African culture? So clearly looking at what AI generates about African culture, it is of grave concern what those imagery are and what it is that is put out as a reflection of African culture. So to motivate students to probe experiences of culture and in the design education was initially meant, the study was initially meant to look into the Rhodesman's Fall campaign and what the effect of that was in the design education curriculum. But it was clear as the study progressed that this issue is much greater and that by simply including indigenous cultural knowledge in curriculums. So the intention of such actions are crucial. So there were examples in South Africa where Africanized design curriculums at instances where educators incorporated African design in a superficial manner by adding the word African in a module name and including content that could be described as advanced African cultural knowledge without fully integrating this knowledge in the entire undergraduate program. So from students' responses, it can be seen how projects that involve their cultures help them to form a better understanding of their own culture. Such projects were for them eye-opening, and students said that these projects stimulated them to talk to their parents and families about their cultures, which was valuable and created a deeper understanding. So students also found that they had to research their culture, which promoted growth in their own knowledge of their culture. So coloniality of being, however, also requires educators to focus on assisting students to grasp the value of their own cultural capital, experience a culture in the curriculum. Experiencing a culture in the curriculum is not enough, and the challenge is to find ways of placing the intrinsic value of African culture on an equal footing with cultures from the rest of the world. So design educators therefore have to be clear about the purpose of including African cultures in design curriculum. To do this, educators in this sphere will need to understand African culture, knowledge, information, and development. So in the 2011, also called for the inclusion of regional design history, ethnography, sociography, economics, philosophy, and politics into the design curriculum. So gaps are observed in the current approach. We engage with students on their cultures and requesting that them to verbalize their culture. So some students use design terminology such as color, shape, and line to describe their culture, but several students could only express their culture by describing cultural values instead of engaging in the language of the discipline of design. So for African culture to compete on a global stage, our students have to develop a fluency in the international language of design. So the question has also to be asked which cultures are to be included and excluded in a design curriculum. Like student one that indicated that there are too many cultures for them to be included, and several students reported negative experiences where they did not see their culture in their design curriculum. So these negative experiences point to the work that must still be done regarding inclusivity in the design curriculum in South Africa. So interestingly, exclusion was experienced by student 12 who reflected on his Ndebele culture being marginalized, but he also used the opportunity afforded to him by his studies to teach others about his culture. So despite the international status of the Ndebele visual culture, students experience these cultures marginalized, which brings into focus the complexity of students' perceptions of their experiences in the curriculum. So students also spoke about dangers of indiscriminately using shapes and colors that could be offensive or inappropriate, and this concern links to the issue of the lecturer's ability and preparedness to give guidance in this respect. So it prompts questions about how design educators can navigate this complexity and who will provide the mainstream resources to address this issue. So this paper emphasized the importance of design education and recognizing promoting African culture in the global stage. But basically, in the final article, the results of the thematics analysis of these pictures and the discomfort created by the images created by AI around African culture will be fully explicated. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
Yes, thank you so much. We can clap better. Let's appreciate him. Yes, and thank you so much, even for the statement that there are too many cultures. Now, which one do you consider? Yeah, that makes it a little bit complicated. But thank you, however, for the way you have presented it. Any question? All right. Boss, I hope you're ready. There's a question here for you.
Herman, I'm asking about the image you showed us of the man who has a headband with 4 or 5 feathers sticking out. Was that is that a lady? No, that's a man. I just want to point out that I refer to similar images of headpieces in my talk now, and I would like you and me to be in touch because I need that picture, and I can send you a zillion that I have.
Yeah, no problem. I would gladly engage.
Thank you for agreeing. Any other question or comment on the wonderful presentation, all right?
I had a question that is not fully formed in my mind, but listening to Herman, I thought it was a very interesting perspective that he brought to the idea of, internationalizing culture. And I thought in my mind, and that's what I'm wrestling with, is that the whole idea of culture is about localization. So when you talk of the internationalization of culture, it sounds as though, it sounds a bit like an oxymoron, as though maybe we are looking at culture in a sort of way, in a way that we probably make a presupposition that it can be translated to other forms of culture, in a way that you can with human values. There are certain things that are common amongst all of us and you pass it on. So I was just curious about it. And if it were that we're trying in design education to internationalize local culture, then what happens then to the unique aspects of our cultures, those values? And again, meaning, a lot about these visual cultural things that we see have meaning on the ground. And when you take them to other contexts, the meaning changes. How do you grapple with these? These are the things that I'm wrestling with in my mind. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for that question.
You can respond to that.
Yes, absolutely, you're correct. Culture lives in its locality. I think the argument that I'm trying to make is around AI and the impact of AI and how we are represented in the world. So what I'm asking students to do is to create these representations and to create these visuals. In our department, we have film, photography, and graphic design. So it's very much the creators of the visual image. So when references are drawn and things are made on AI, it draws from things that's out there. And I'm asking my students to make sure that those visual representations of their cultures are available for these kind of representations to be made through AI. So I completely agree with you. And the decision around which cultures and what culture to include in a curriculum really resides in the institution and the locality of that institution. Thank you very much for that question. I hope it answers.
Thank you so much. And I think, thank you, Herman. I think let's go to our next presenter because of time. Our next presenter is Margaret Lampton. Margaret, are you there? Margaret, are you hearing us?
Hello, yes, I can hear you.
Yes, kindly tell us what you are going to present on. And go ahead, you have 15 minutes. That includes question time.
Okay, so my topic is a critical assessment of stage visual culture and human-centric tools in theater productions in Ghana. And I've arranged it in the outline as the introduction, the context, the problem, and the methodology, the findings, and then the conclusion. Theater production, like any industry production, consists of activities of part of creating a production for audience. It makes use of human member and machines through assembling of animate and inanimate items with a conscious effort to produce a performance for the consumption of a live audience. As of today, the arrangements are similar, but a lot of innovations. On the contrary, when we look at the account of technology, Fennon and Orstein points out that human exchange between an actor and an audience is central to the theater experience, which is construed that science and machines are contrasting to live performance. However, when you come to theater history, it has been shown that the stage makes use of the available technologies of the period to heighten its expressive power. And the use of technology and machines has brought a lot of transformation and innovation to the visual presentation of theater, leading to the admiration of live audiences in the theater artist. The material of stage visual culture, such as lighting, sound, costume, prop, and set, are symbolically represented by these theater artists through their own imagination, craft, and aid of technology by appealing to the senses of the significance of the audiences. Theater artists have always made use of the technology available to them to the extent that innovations and intuition prompts from these theater artists are relayed to engineers and technicians who produce human-centered designs to shape theater practice. Human-centered and artificial intelligence designers have taken these challenges over the last few years to bring about increasingly complex and influential designs products that are very interactive tools for it to be used by these designers. When we come into the context of theater, machines, when we look at the Greek theater, has been used as a resolution for performance and audiences when it comes to problematic conflicts. For example, the Deus Ex Machina, a crane-like machine, shaped the practice of Greek performance. It was used in the theater to even shape the cultural practices, thereby in the process of making and shaping what the audience sees. In the book Theater and Performance Design, a reader in photography, editors Jane Collins and Andrew Nibbett try to paraphrase what Guinness says, that theater technology by what we see. And in shaping the mise-en-scene, these scenographers, or what we call theater designers, have employed scenographic elements for theater productions, constantly making theater to evolve. And today, technology has revolutionized the theater to the extent that technological products are used in all spheres of theater making. Fennon and Orstein emphasized this by saying that new technologies are entering every aspect of the theater production, from how the artist think and plans a show to the very nature of the theatrical event audience sees and experience. And in these contemporary times, digital technology with its other attendants like AI has become very potential, becoming part of the narrative of theater making. And in October this year, Prague Quadrennial, one of the scenographic conferences, a lot of papers that churn out really relied on what we call new innovations in AI. And most presenters on this conference were with the view that AI is here to stay. And as such, theater practitioners should be courageous to concentrate experiences for their audience. Coming into the context of theater in Ghana has developed over a period of time. But in recent time, a woman says that theater has bounced back in a grand style with a lot of productions. And these productions are using new technologies such as LED light, robotic lighting instruments, consoles, virtual realities, and even most recently, AI text-to-speech effects in producing their rehearsals and then their stage performances. Digital technology in Ghana and social media platform in Ghana has given theater makers another form of theater presentation. During the COVID-19 pandemic, An example of a theater using other forms to reach its audience was research. And Mukami, Mungo, and Nyantwami 2022 find out that Ghanaian theater makers saw value and impact in innovative and digital technological spaces for reaching their theater patrons and fan base. But one convincing notion of these new technologies is their communicative power and ability to give an awe and spectacle to the audience. John K. Giseno, a former senior lecturer of the Technical Theatre at the School of Performing Arts, University of Ghana, affirms that these contemporary stage technologies create what he termed the hypnotic tension in audiences and mesmerize them with a spectacular effect. And thus the audience are held spellbound by this performance. But there is an issue. The problem is, with all this that is happening, theater, although very susceptible to technology innovation over the period, is still grappling with AI tools to solve theater strategical challenge.
Margaret, sorry for cutting you short. Your slides are not moving, not unless that's how you intended it to be. Have you gotten me? Your slides are not moving.
Okay, just a minute. I wish it could move, but I'm still finding it difficult for it to change to other slides. I don't know if I could still keep talking to it.
I think because of time, probably just continue. If they're not moving, just continue.
Okay, thank you very much. So with this problem, I intend to find out how human-centric and AI tools have been explored and included in theater productions in Ghana. The justification for going through this research is to find out how compressible data on human-centric and AI tools is used in theater production, and also come out with some statistics from this research to show the frequency use of this human-centric and AI tool and the aspects of theater making for which they normally use these tools for. So the expectation for this research, one, is to serve as a source of information for local AI developers to develop human-centric AI tools purposely for the needs of the creative arts industry and to foster local innovation. I also expect that out of this paper or this research, it will give a vital information for policymakers to attack and deal with the ethical and the value issues by enforcing the laws on ethics, culture, and social values of Ghana. And another expectation, finally, is to give to the creative arts industry, and for that matter, theater makers, the information for choice making, since
Hello, we can't hear you.
Most of AI tools that in Ghana, precisely the tertiary university and also theater makers who show their works at the National Theatre of Ghana. And it's also used for what we call gather demographics of the participants when it comes to gender and age. The population is Ghana and then the creative art industry. The data collection was on observation, questionnaires, and structured interview. So out of this, a number of structured interviews was conducted, and then the questionnaires were sent in two various forms, one on Google Form and the other on the Microsoft Forms. And respondents that came out of 20 for one was 14, the other was also 19. And then 8 people responded to the structured interview. Findings from this research shows that respondents on the question 1 shows that 50% of the respondents have engaged with human-centric AI, And the statistics that also shows that 92.8% of the respondents out of 73%, and then 73.7% have all explored human-centric and AI tools. But when it comes to how it has been explored purposely for theater production, the 5-point Likert scale was used. And it shows that all the results that came, male and female, utilized the human-centric AIs too. But inexpensively, younger users, that is in the age group of 18 to 25, find it more affordable and more effective. Regarding theater artists' engagement with the human-centric and AI tool, as the research question number 2, respondents representing 50%, and another respondent representing 68.4% have engaged with the tool by taking inspiration from it for their design work. And the age group for this is within the range of 18 to 55 years. And mostly they are affiliated with the educational institution. Analysis drawn from these two sets of the data shows that most of these respondents are eagerly or highly on the position to recommend the usage of the human-centric and AI tool to another theater person. I was brought out that there are dominant areas in which these human-centric tools are used. 1 is for script writing, 2 is for rehearsal schedules, and 3, meeting and designing. Based on the third research question, which was the observation on a whole theater performance, Ayokomi, a theater production that I had to witness, shows that there was a challenge in the use of one of the AI tool that was used, which is text-to-speech. And in the use of text-to-speech for their rehearsal and performance, it shows that the voice of this AI does not resemble the actual actor's voice, nor did it reflect the Ghanaian English accent. And as a result, 1/3 of the performers in the rehearsal did not approve of it. But 2/3 of the performers, to my surprise, did not find any issue with it, in the sense that the data shows that they were neutral to the use of it. And it also points out that theater AI in theater performances is taking roots. The final results that came out also shows that male find the human-centric and AI tool slightly difficult on an average than female counterparts. And also, the AI tool could also be used for a greater familiarity when it comes to digital tools. In conclusion, the critical assessment of stage visual culture and human-centric tool in theater have shown that there is a reflective gap in tool usability for diverse groups, that is the age difference, and then the male and female, and also suggests a potential need for human-centric and AI tool developers to improve the user-centered design and train resources to tailor to learning what can support and accommodate seasoned theater practitioners who may be new to the human-centric and AI tool. Finally, the efficacy in the usage, like enhancing creativity in designing, the evidence for potential increments in economic gain, and the quality of theater productions shows that human-centric and AI tools are taking steady roots in theater productions in Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Margaret. Let's appreciate her better. Thank you. Thank you so much. Any questions for Margaret? The theater in Ghana. Any questions? Or any comments? All right, we are good to go. Thank you so much. Now, Prof.
Thank you.
I would wish that you be the next presenter. Yes. right, all right. Constant, we are not able to hear you. Kindly start again. It's not clear.
Do you hear me? Do you hear me?
Hello.
Hello, do you hear me?
We can hear you now. You can ask.
Okay. Do you have my screen? Hello?
Yes, Constant, you want to present or you want to ask a question?
No. I don't have a question.
Or you want to make a presentation? We had requested that Professor Pido presents before you.
Okay.
All right. Consensus has it that you continue. Kindly go ahead. Constant, go ahead. Go ahead, please.
Okay, I
She will present after you. Yes?
Okay.
Yeah, kindly start. Sorry about that.
Good morning, everyone. I can give thank you for this opportunity that you give me to present the paper that I prepared for this conference. My name is Onana Amugi, just Constant. The title of this paper is Artificial Intelligence and Artists Improve Artistic Creation in Digital Age in Cameroon. In this study, we propose to study collaboration between AI and artists, and we propose to explore collaboration AI and artists as an enrichment and exchange of visual artistic culture, revealing that the aesthetic of unlimited imagination and visual artistic memory in digital artistic expression in Cameroon. This article examines a corpus of digital artwork, including a digital photograph and digital painting produced by Cameroonian artists in 2024, which illustrate the collaboration between AI and artists. The themes that the analysis mainly focuses are on art, the creative processes, the subject, and the motive of the work. Three reasons justify the choice, the subject. First, examination of the story and evolution of art. The collaboration between AI and artists represents a significant milestone in digital artistic expression involving enhanced artistic creation. This collaboration is part of a historical continuity of transformation in digital art in Cameroon. The discussion allows us to grasp the role of AI in digital art. The second reason is creative dimension of the processes and themes present in the work. Their morphology testifies to significant transformation, and their analysis sheds light on how the aesthetic expertise of AI combined with that of the artist manifest in the creation of digital art work in Cameroon. The last reason is aesthetic and cultural. The work results resulting from the collaboration between art and artist circle seems that resonate with their own culture as well as with those of other countries around the world. Analyzing this work contributes to better understanding of the criteria that appreciate in their aesthetic appreciation and how visual artistic culture is being redefined and influenced in digital age in Cameroon. The article arises a major issue. We lack clarity on how the enrichment and exchange of visual artistic culture manifests through the collaboration between AI and artists in terms of digital artistic expression in Cameroon. As the central question of the study, how does collaboration between AI and artists illustrate the enrichment and exchange of visual artistic culture in digital artistic expression in Cameroon? We associate three complementary questions. What socio-cultural factors could facilitate collaboration between AI and artists? How the enrichment and exchange of digital artistic culture characterized in the produced work? What criteria contribute to artistic appreciation of the work? The hypothesis we propose to address in the central question follows the collaboration between AI and artists in digital expression in Cameroon will illustrate the enrichment and exchange of visual artistic culture through its representation about a modality of learning and the transfer of creative thought, artistic skill of style, and emotion during the interconnected creation of digital artwork. As for the secondary hypothesis, we argue the socio-cultural factors facilitating collaboration between AI and artists would include the environment for digital artistic creation, as well as the materials and software conditions for that dialogue. The enrichment and exchange of visual artistic culture will be manifest through the work arising from collaboration, creative processes, and subject and motive. The criteria contributing to the aesthetic appreciation of the work will be the unlimited collaborative imagination between AI and the artist, as well the collaborative visual artistic memory on the global scale. The main objective of this article is to demonstrate how the collaboration between AI and artists illustrates the enrichment and exchange of visual artistic culture within digital artistic expression in Cameroon. The second objective is meant to establish that framework for digital artistic creation, as well as the materials and software conditions and resulting dialogue constitute socio-cultural factors that promote collaboration between AI and artists. To show that enrichment and exchange of visual artistic culture are manifest through collaborative creative processes and subject and motive. To highlight that unlimited collaborative imagination between AI artists, as well as collaborative visual artistic memory, are preparing criteria in the aesthetic appreciation of work. The article constitutes a significant contribution and understanding the collaboration between AI and artists as the enrichment and exchange of visual artistic culture in digital artistic expression in Cameroon. More specifically, it constitutes to understanding the environment of digital artistic creation as well as the material and software condition and dialogue that facilitate collaboration between AI and artists. It allows for understanding of collaborative creative processes, the essence, subject, and motive of works as characteristic of the enrichment and extent of visual artistic culture. It participates in the understanding of unlimited collaborative imagination between AI artists as well as the collaborative visual artistic memory as critical for the aesthetic appreciation of the work. The epistemological stance and methodological choice adopted for this study are situated within an interpretative perspective. The study is set within the scientific context of art, technology, and culture, and the general methodologic approach adopted is part of transversal research framework. The study relies on the observation of digital artistic creation as world clock and representation.
Hello, Constant. We can't hear you.
Of two works illustrating the collaboration between AI and the artist in digital art, both at the general level and the specific context of digital creation in Cameroon. The use of data interview conducive with the artists whose work are analyzed and interpreted in this study, the application of historical methods as well as applied from the social history of art, artistic, and ecology and adjustment of interpretation based on the context of our study. The reason obtained mainly demonstrates that the collaboration between AI and artists illustrates enrichment and of visual extend all artistic culture as its level as both a mode of learning and transfer of creative thought, artistic skill, style, and emotion during the interconnected creation of the digital artwork. This result also confirms that the two socio-cultural factors that promote collaboration between AI and artists in Cameroon are the environment of digital creation and materials and software conditions conducive to dialogue. The two elements of which the enrichment visual artistic culture manifests in the work are collaborative processes and subject and motive. The two criteria that contribute to aesthetic appreciation of the work are the unlimited collaborative imagination of artists, AI and artists, and the collaborative visual artistic memory. Thank you for your attention.
Oh, thank you so much. We can do it again. We are many this time. Let's appreciate him.
I don't understand very well.
Yes? What are you saying?
No, it's correction. One moment I don't understand what you say, but now it's clear.
Okay. We want to ask some questions or make some comments. Anybody with a question or a comment for him? All right, Constant, there are questions for you.
I have a question on the idea that artists, let's say from Cameroon, could engage in a collaborative sharing of knowledge when creating art digitally with AI. I'm just questioning two things. One is the loss, let's say, of the artist's creative agency in creating the work when they are collaborating with AI. Because oftentimes, when we go online and we, let's say, produce an artwork, the AI looks at the production of that artwork in a unidirectional way. It in some ways arrests the agency from the artist. So if you want to introduce a nuance that is culturally, let's say, specific, the AI may lack context. And that's my second issue, that the lack of context in AI means that when artists are expressing themselves visually, they're actually expressing, let's say, cultural thoughts and cultural experiences. The AI is lacking knowledge or even understanding of these experiences. So when it arrests the agency and then reproduces your image or outputs something, you may find that the nuance is not in the direction that the artist may have wanted in the first place. How do you then meaningfully actually consider the collaboration between an artist and AI? It may turn out that what's produced is meaningless and not having a cultural base. I'm just curious about this kind of thing.
Okay, thank you for the question. I hope that I understand all because, sorry, I'm French, then I need to say something. But about the first question, I can just say that, for example, this study, I work with two artists that you see here, and I can say the artists collaborate with AI because they have philosophy that they want to explain with their work. And AI now is a kind of tool that can contribute that they explain very well their idea. For example, the image that you say a digital painting. For example, the artist use AI to speak about identity of artistic creation, but use narrative with their creation. We say that, for example, with AI we have possibility to create a narrative and we put on light about African identity, African, because we say that the world now identity. For the other artists think that with AI, our culture, we can also give in the world, but we can also learn the process of artistic creation. Suppose that when the artist is connected in the internet, to take another culture, now we are visual culture, another culture to add in their culture, and it has also possibility to take their culture to put in online for around the world. This what I can say to explain the idea. And for me, when I see it, I think that we are in the context that AI can do that. We say culture, we share a culture, and we can also learn in all the world, because we don't have I don't know how to call it but we don't have separation when we use in the world when we use AI, because AI has possibility to go in all the culture in the world. That is my interpretation.
Thank you for the response. Anybody with a question ahead? I hope you're okay with the response, or you want to add something? No, I don't mind.
Okay, mine is just a simple thing, but it's just the usefulness of this kind of collaboration. Maybe this is where I'm curious. Is meaning lost? Because if meaning is lost within the artwork, then one would wonder about the utility of collaborating with AI. So it's really about construction of meaning visually as an artist and producing something that you can argue has some kind of value on the ground, you know, and whether AI is contributing to that meaningfully, not just visually, but meaningfully. That's maybe the line I was thinking.
May I bother you a bit, please? In answering that question, perhaps you could use one of the images we have. On the left-hand side from where I'm seated, and then there's another image on the right-hand side. Can we use the one on the right-hand side? What were the benefits? What were the losses? Using that as an example.
Yes, Constant.
Oh. Okay. For me, I think that the benefits that we can have when we use AI for the creation, with AI we can create some kind of form that is not possible in the line. For example, in the digital photograph, we cannot meet the person that we have in this picture. For example, the body is like, there's like a machine. They like the person that we construct. And AI can do that. Our imagination to be real, to be possible. For example, in this image, if we take painting, for example, digital painting, it's not possible to create this picture real. It's not easy. For example, to superpose many images. For example, we have the figure that we have the first plane. We have superposition of many forms, but we can also see harmony. It's not very easy for the artist to create this image traditional. Then this is benefit for example. But it can also become negative if the artist let that the artificial intelligence think with her for example. But it's not possible. It's not good because the artist. For me, I think that artist will be the man who decide the orientation about creation. Because for me, AI is just a tool that like another technology that we have that human can use for ameliorate, for example, their creation. It's the same that we can see in another sector. For me, it's
all right, complete. Thank you so much. Let's give him a clap again. Thank you so much. We appreciate Constant for the presentation and the questions answered. Prof, it's you.
Our slides up on the screen. Odoach, I think everybody knows that Odoach and Martin and I form a trio of presenters, writers, brilliant people, and publication people, authors, okay? And when the call for papers came out for this conference, at that time it was supposed to be about, what was it supposed to be about? Visual culture.
That's right.
Okay. AI was added later on, but that was just at about the time that we were very happy and proud to have 5 of our articles come out in a single book. And that's pretty exciting. 3 single-authored by me and 2 co-authored by the 3 of us, but it sort of doesn't really matter. So we felt really good about it until we got a copy of the book. And the first slide that you're going to see, I hope, will show you why we reacted negatively when we received the copy of the book. I don't know why we don't prepare things up front. So now it's time to show the slides. So we begin preparing to show the slides. So what we're talking about here, we weren't expecting, wait, I have to figure out how, okay, I can just keep doing like this. It's not that bad. What we're concerned about is the representation of African culture by non-Africans. That's me in our group, and I am disqualified by color for having any kind of credibility in my judgment or understanding of the fine points of African culture. So I have to make a special effort to gain credibility, and these 2 guys are part of that. They may not know it. One thing that bothers me very much professionally and personally is misrepresentations of African cultures that I'm familiar with. That's mostly East African cultures, but African culture in general, and particularly because that is done with abandon. But we can go back to the first slide, Odoch, so that we see the larger side. Yeah. So this is the picture that we found on the cover of the book. From left to right, we see a woman who's sort of crouching and another woman who's got her butt sticking out, both of them doing something with narrow, straight sticks in a mortar, which is decorated and painted. And they're both wearing head squares. The one lady's stick is overlapping with the spearhead of one of the 2 men. If we look at the 2 men, we can see that their clothing doesn't wrap, especially the guy on the right in green. If somebody can figure out and show me how he got that cloth into the position that it's in, I'd be very grateful. The guy in orange is more credible, but has anybody here ever seen anybody wearing their wrapper like that, like either of those 2? I certainly never have. The orange one is possible, but the green one is just not possible. And we can note that their spears have decorations. They have fringes hanging on them. We can ignore for the moment the fact that the orange guy, his spear point overlaps with one lady's stick. But let's get to the part that I find the most challenging and interesting. And if Herman, is it Botes or Botus, is still around, it's the headdresses that these 2 men are wearing that reference the guy that you showed us with the feathers sticking out of a headband, because this portrayal of a band wrapped around the forehead with short, straight, blunt objects, most of the time it's feathers, protruding almost or entirely vertically from them, goes back to the 1200s BCE, the century when the Sea Peoples invaded Egypt and the Levant and trashed the late Bronze Age civilization. So the title of this paper is A Critique of Publication Viscom. That is Viscom that is used on a publication in Kenya. And I know that everybody is concentrating now on AI, but it connects, don't worry. Next slide, please. And I can't read this. I need you guys. Hold this, please, for a second. I have to get up close enough to read what it says. The background is the title or the heading of this slide. And what it says here, am I the only one who can't read this print? This article is a critique of a cartoon image. Drawing on several decades as lecturers and design professionals, we note at the outset that cartooning is not an African format, medium. It's not an African genre. And so here we see that we have 4 African figures cartooned on the cover of a book about indigenous knowledge. Can somebody give me a break? I mean, that's just ridiculous. And so we are aware, but have not seen, the earliest cartoons produced by an African, and that was in the 1950s. The guy was a Kikuyu, and I'm sorry to say that I have forgotten his name. But we did witness, because we were present, throughout the development of Terry Hurst and the cartooning that emanated, that was influenced by Terry Hurst and his proteges, starting in the 1960s and all the way through until Terry Hurst sadly died about 20 years ago. So we're seeing an image that is not African in technique. Okay? Next slide, please. And so we're observing that, and this is an off-pissing moment here, we are observing that Kenyan designers are trained to create something different, something creative, cute, and attractive, but they are not trained to make their work situationally or contextually relevant. We have heard colleagues many times, I hate to tell you how many times, but not at Took, elsewhere, admonishing students, make it African, but they don't tell anybody what African means, and they're Africans themselves. Make it African, and then we also see people designing without benefit of training in design. It almost seems as though trained designers are no better nor worse than untrained designers. And as a jeweler of many years' experience in New York City, I can tell you that that's true across the board. You may have a degree in design, but you may be a garbage designer. And you may have no degree at all, like Yves Saint Laurent. I think we've all heard that name before. He doesn't have a degree in design. Why should he? He's rich. So there are people designing without the benefit of credentials, and the outcomes are sometimes complex and confounding, as in the example that we critique here, because we're bringing together a book about indigenous design that was published in June of 2024 by 2 African editors and designed by 2 African book designers. Okay? Let's go to the next one. I don't want to sit down. I cannot read the text if I'm sitting over there. I have to stand here. Okay, can we have, is this the next? Okay, our thesis is that the image in question does not truthfully represent indigenous knowledge or practice. In other words, the illustration tells us that neither the book nor its editors nor designers really knew about African culture, and we see that this image contradicts our knowledge of African culture, so we can speculate reason very reasonably that this image was generated, at least in part, by AI. We would expect it to be generated by white people from North America or Europe, but we can now, because AI is with us, we can say that AI did have something to do with it, and I believe that. So we can speculate, the editors designed to, so even though the editors and the book designers were here, and they had to have played significant roles in the selection and placement of this image, they weren't paying attention. And so it is a false assumption that indigenous peoples, interpretation of and presentation of their own culture is accurate. And we've seen that many, many times. I, as an outsider, have seen that many, many times in foreigners' representations of East African cultures, particularly the Maasai, because I've spent 40 years of my life studying Maasai art and aesthetics, and yet the Maasai themselves don't get it right. And I have published a paper about foreigners contriving a set of Maasai material culture that was, in the next 30 years or so, adopted by the Maasai and produced, and they now promote it as real Maasai stuff. Let's go to the next slide. So here we're seeing some of the flaws. If you're pounding, I don't know how many people here have ever pounded in a mortar. I have, and it almost broke my arm. But when you pound something in a mortar, the pestle has to be vertical. You don't do it at an angle like these two ladies are doing. And the thinness of the sticks that they're using belies their intention to pound anything. Both of those sticks would go right through any soft substance like sweet potatoes or even unshelled maize, whatever. So we're seeing that in two pictures, and the picture on the left shows two unadorned, normal African mortars. I have never seen, outside a theatrical or display setting, a mortar that is decorated and painted in various colors. Now, if somebody else has seen, please let us know. We'd like to incorporate that information. Next slide, please. So now we're coming to the point where, and I'm sorry, I'm obscuring this nice Luo elder whose face is right here, and these black and white ostrich feathers are his headgear. Wait a minute. I have to hold on to this stick. What we're seeing here is the continuity. Yeah, there he is. Hi. This is a photograph by Joy Adamson, and she painted this man with his shield unfurled. And if you look at the book, the peoples of Kay's in there, as are many other people that she took photographs of and then painted. But what we're seeing in the upper right-hand corner is something that sort of knocked me off my chair several months ago. This is a bas-relief from the 1200s in Egypt, and it's a very large and complex bas-relief of the Sea Peoples attacking or the Sea Peoples being routed by Pharaoh Ramses II. And what's interesting to me about this is the coincidence between the form of the band of cloth around the head and these rectangular sort of protrusions that look like they might be intended as feathers. We contacted the image bank that provided the authors with these two images of the women and the men, and asked them, how did you generate these images? Because they look like they might be AI, but we'd love to know, we'd love to be in touch with the artists who did these images so that we can ask them how they came up with them. Because here we see a man in profile in bas relief, and he's one of a gang here. I have I have the smaller images at the end of this presentation, and I can just whip through them if you're interested. He has a headband, and he has vertical protrusions coming from it. How did that happen? And that's 1200 BCE. And this formation of the headband with the short, vertical, blunt feathers has persisted in various appearances from then until now. And now we see this artist, whoever that is, whether it's an AI or a real-life person, representing these two men's headdresses. And the reason that I'm bringing this up is that AI selects from what it's given. And there is a 3,000-year history of representations of the sea people who are believed or suspected to have come from Sardinia, but nobody really knows. The sea people and other people in Egypt wearing these headbands with the short, blunt feathers protruding above them. Now, let's go to so we're wondering, how did that happen? And what I'm looking at is that over the last 50 years that I have been looking at, can we go to the next slide? That I have been looking at images of Africans and African art. There is probably, I don't know because we haven't checked on it, there's probably a huge disproportion of images of the sea peoples and images of African and American, North American indigenes represented with that same style of headgear. We have to find out, and we thought we could do it in preparation for this conference, but that was a dream. And so I'm standing here right now looking at you guys back there. I don't know who you are, but we would love to find at least one or more graduate students who will take a sufficient interest in a very easy and very interesting image-based research for a master's thesis that can lead into a PhD, or just to jump right into a PhD, because we need somebody to find out where this image came from, and two, to trace the appearance. What I know is that from the 1500s onward, Europeans have repeatedly represented Africans and North Americans with this kind of headpiece, the band with the vertical feathers. And I used to think, well, that's really strange. And then I read something so far back in time that I can't even remember where I found it, which is very common, that the war bonnet used by the Native American Plains, the so-called Plains Indians of North America, was not theirs originally. It was an elaboration on something that the white people, the white invaders of North America, brought to them and laid it on them, and they took it up and ran with it. So I don't know, but I'm very lazy and old, and I would love to find somebody who's willing to start doing the research on that subject. Have I left anything out here? Yeah, mistakes about the sea people going back over 3,000 years, carried over, da-da-da. Okay, next slide. Is there another slide? Is there another slide? Our point is that people who draw from indigenous culture should know something about the subject. And we're sorry to say that our two beloved colleagues who edited the book on which this image appears apparently didn't care. We approached them twice to try to discuss it with them, and they brushed us off both times. And if you're an indigene and you're writing about indigenous culture, please be accurate. And but too many people believe that because you're born there, you know the truth. That's just not true. And so our uncritical, we're making the point that the uncritical and indiscriminate use of AI and internet and the internet can falsify history and visual culture till we get to a point where we believe a mistake that somebody made 50 or 100 or 300 years ago. That's our presentation. Can we go to 2 slides down? One is blank. Yeah. And so I'm all over the internet. There's the guy that I showed you earlier on. And here, I think it's this one. This is a line drawing of the bas-relief from which he's taken. There is a photograph of the bas-relief, and you can see him sort of in the middle if the thing is reversed. And here are the sea peoples being routed by Ramesses II, who is right here, off camera, but he's there. And so there are many, many of these on the internet. And so a design graduate student would be in hog heaven if somebody decides to do this, because you can do it all online and get a whole bunch of images together and then talk about them. End of story. Questions?
I was still waiting for more.
Yeah, that's good. That's
yes.
But now there was somebody here. Give me the mic back for a second. Somebody was here yesterday, and I said something, and I think it might have been you, sir, white guy in the white shirt. Did you tell me that I said something that you wanted to ask about, and then I brushed you off? And now, if that person is here, please tell me. What did I say that you want more information? It's not you. Okay. Lost to posterity.
Yes. Any comments or questions? Very good presentation indeed. I've seen that picture, but I've never thought of what I have listened to today. Misrepresentation of culture. And when AI comes in, will it be any better or worse? Does somebody want to ask a question or make a comment? Someone? Okay. If you stand up, I think we will hear you.
AI can't make a mistake unless it's given mistaken data. Are you the guy who gave the earlier paper about that? What can you do about it? I don't know. You can write articles. I'll tell you what I did back in the very early 90s. 3 Wazungu, 1 American and 2 Kenyan Wazungu, they contrived and invented a line of artifacts that they deliberately smoked and put cow piss and cow urine on to make them look old, smoky and old, so that they would cater to outsiders' understanding of who the Maasai are. And they made them in shapes that were very reminiscent of 20th century sculptures by Picasso and Brancusi and others. And they then promoted this set of artifacts to, one of the guys was very well connected. They promoted these artifacts to several royal families from Japan to Britain. And those kings and queens and princes and princesses bought the stuff and bought the idea. And these 3 guys made millions of dollars selling very high-priced, antique, ancient Libans. Liban is a Maasai priest. Paraphernalia that showed great age because it was all smoky and everything. It didn't show any hand wear. And when I called them out on that, you know what they did? For the next batch, they smudged the permanganate and smudged the pee and poo-poo that they were smearing on the goodies. You can't stop people from doing that. You can call to their attention that I am a guy from Nyakobaria Hill, which I think you know, and we don't do it that way in where I come from. And so we do this or we do that, and what we know is that the guy who gave you that piece faked it because we caught him smearing cow poop on it. Do you see? I don't know what else to do. But what I do know is that when I and Margot Kaiser, we thought that we had shut these guys down. If you Google Turle fakes, T-U-R-L-E, fakes, one of the fakers was Gillis Turle. He's still alive. Peter Beard is dead, and I don't know what happened to the third guy. If you Google that, you'll get all their information. They had a website, a sales website, thinly veiled, with price lists and stuff on it. And I blew the whistle on them with the American Fish and Wildlife Service. And then FWS shut down the investigation, and then Margot Kaiser came along, and she got really annoyed and called Fish and Wildlife back in. And she had very good connections, and they investigated. And by '97, we thought that they had been shut down. And I only found out 2 years ago that they were not shut down, and they continued manufacturing those things with 2 or 3 families in Loita, Maasai. And the Maasai now, all over Maasai land, there are people, Maasai people, making these things and selling them as ancient Libans artifacts. Yes, your hand is up. Yes. Ask Martin when he says if we want it to be African, I have to ask, what is African? If you make it, it's African. If I make it, it can never be African.
It's a demographic perception to it, so to speak. So my question is, does AI also misrepresent other cultures like, say, South Americans, Indians, Asians?
Why not? AI can misrepresent anything. It depends on the people who are putting the data into the AI. AI, it doesn't think. It just processes. That's why I think that this one image of the guys with the straight feathers sticking out of their headbands, that configuration of headgear, it's
Egyptian.
It was
Ancient
no,
Egyptian.
It wasn't even Egyptian. It was Sardinian. The sea people brought it to Egypt. But what has happened is that the image of that headwear has been repeated thousands and thousands and thousands of times over the last 3,000 years. So if AI goes in and says, show me some African feather head pieces, it's going to get those, along with others, but a lot of those. Does that make sense?
It kind of does, but I feel like the introduction of artificiality into art is something that has to be taken differently as opposed to, say, engineering and medicine and technology, because art is a form of human expression. Like if you
could argue that for days, just you and me. I'll scream at you a lot.
If you go to the exhibition at the main hall, it is very cool, but I can't say I would compare the feeling I get looking at that art versus looking at, say, an art gallery somewhere, or something that was made, say, by Michelangelo or Leonardo da Vinci or something. So I'm not really sure how...
Why didn't Michelangelo paint like Picasso?
Well, that brings in the difference of personalities.
No, it brings in the difference of cultures and times. Art changes every single day. Maasai beadwork changes every single day. The bedrock formulas on which it's built are very constant for the last 150 years. But every time there's a SOCO, it changes.
Yeah.
So now, if art, and maybe I'm confusing myself and everybody else, if art is merely a human product, what was wrong with Rembrandt? He didn't paint like Picasso or Braque or any of those guys. What? Huh? How did that happen?
He may not have painted to the, say, level of mastery, but...
Level of mastery? What is mastery? What is
relative.
mastery?
Mastery is relative.
I
That's
have
right.
mastery of nail polish. Here, this is my husband. He's going to trash me.
No. That's I hope you can perhaps indulge us a little bit more. The main concern of our presentation is falsification. Is telling lies. Is not telling the truth. I think that's main concern. The example we used is only one example. I'm sure there are many other examples.
Sure.
I think this is the main concern we have.
Yeah.
Okay? And we are saying, yes, AI is perhaps a tool that we need to use or we can use in order to go places. But then we need to be careful. We need to be critical. We need to be mindful on the way we use AI. I think this is the main critique we have from this work. If you read our paper, you will find that we have not mentioned the traditional critique of like in the studio type of critique, of whether you call it design principles or art instrument, of color, of lines, and so we did not touch this. So our critique is about what produced the foundation for exploring visual culture. Is it visual culture in Africa or visual cultures everywhere in the world? I think it is that link between what we see in our culture. And I think that's the main critique of our paper.
I wanted to agree with my colleagues, but also add a more technological or maybe more mathematical explanation of what's going on behind. Just to understand what is AI, it's three things. One is data, so that seems to be well understood. But two is its algorithms. That's the second component. And then three, which is never mentioned or rarely mentioned, is its heuristics, like rules that define the scope of application. So those three things make up AI. The critical thing there is it's not human. You see, heuristics, algorithms, and data are not human. Now, but the limitations, again, maybe it's good to just, for the purpose of our understanding, just be clear with it. It's the main limitation, of course, is data. If the data is not sufficient or not well represented, then what comes out will be very much influenced by the data. But number two is algorithms. Algorithms have a cultural bias, which is rarely talked about, let me say. Yes, you could implement, let's say, a global model when implementing algorithms. And if you do that, then you're not going to be culturally nuanced because it's global, it's cutting across, you see. So those kind of things, and there are many differences at that level. And then heuristics is boundary conditions. If you set your boundary conditions in a, let's say, Far Eastern, let's say, cultural mindset, then you'll find that the influence of the outcomes will favor the people from the Far East. If you do it from the West, it will favor people from the West. So these are biases that we need to be aware of. And art, what is art? I mean, this is now what we're discussing. And visual culture. Yeah, what's really going on there? Is it more an expression of what people are doing, saying their norms, what does it have meaning, and what does it mean? Those kind of things are the things I think that are being discussed. But I think it's a good, healthy conversation for us here in Africa having it. because typically we tend to consume things that come from outside. But here we are presented now with something coming from outside. Do we consume it? Do we recreate it? Like, do we write our own algorithms? Do we present our own rules so that we manage it? Do we create our own platform for it? And even when I ask this, let's be mindful. The Chinese, the Americans, the Europeans are all creating their own AI. You see what I'm saying? So there is that's going on. And young folks, I think, and Donna was speaking about young people coming in, maybe this is the critical level at which we need to discuss also. You know, why would the Chinese be so interested in owning AI, or the Americans? And then should the Africans be concerned about that? And should we also own it? And if we do, then how do we implement it? And now we're talking of visuals. You know, these are questions, but they're critical somehow, maybe to our survival, culturally. There's something that's come up in the digital, world. It's called, it's something like, I think, digital ethnocide, something like that. You've heard of this? Yeah. There's a name for it, digital ethnocide. It's the killing of cultures using digital technology. And what's, I think, ominous about it is that it is surreptitious. It's hidden. You don't realize you're being killed, and then you die, culturally. But anyway, those are other stories. Yeah.
We used to have epistemicide, which is what the British did here. Epistemicide means the eradication of a body of knowledge. And that's what they did to Africans. You're primitive, you're stupid. Do you have a capacity to think? Do Africans think? I have seen this in literature generated by very smart white people in the early 20th and the late 19th century. Well, there they are, but they can't think. What? And that led to the epistemicide of East African indigenous knowledge. And now we have a book by two indigenous East Africans purporting to present East African indigenous knowledge and to speak New York, effing it up very badly on the cover of their book.
Can I just ask one last question? You talked about truth, image and truth. So this image wouldn't convey truth in that sense that it doesn't represent the indigenous cultures in an appropriate way, I'd say. But is it maybe true that the image conveys the truth of what artificial intelligence is about?
It does that. It does that. But millions of people, this is a book, by the way, that is very large and must be, it's a must-be acquisition, a must acquisition by every library in every African studies program in the world, and it's carrying false information right on the cover. And so what do we do? What can be done about that? So yes.
And I think I want us to stop there. Though there's one young man who wants to ask a question, as he prepares to ask, I want to say thank you so much. My eyes are open. AI in Africa. Will our culture remain the same, the culture we know as African culture? Will we still call it a culture? Will we still call it African culture? What will we call it?
It will be African culture.
But with all
every culture in the world changes every day. They may all keep their bedrock. I am undeniably American, but I don't act like people from California. Jesus, that would be.
Actually, I'll ask a question that I don't need an answer for to. Does culture change? You can ask your question.
Oh, yes. Mine is not really a question, it's just a comment. I think there's been a frenzy, let me just say that, an excitement sort of to use AI to generate cultural information. And I think there was a question of truth. What information is the AI being fed with to generate this information? And going back to the images Donna presented, like how would the AI know that these indigenous people have this certain way of dressing? And it boils back to the type of information you're using to feed the AI. And for it to be true, I think the reason why, this is my own outlook on things, I think the reason why we're having such a disconnect is because in terms of sensitive cultural artifacts, for example, the headgears the pharaohs used, that information is very scanty to the public. I think people who know much about this are the specialists, maybe geologists, or the people who actually go to excavate this kind of stuff, and it's not readily available to a local person like me who would want to use that information to generate something using AI. So I think it goes back to the guys using AI to generate cultural data. There's the need to go the extra mile and look for the actual information. And I think even if it might be hard, maybe in the case of looking for Egyptian artifacts, you might need to go the extra mile, go talk to the authorities, see whether you can get photos of the real thing, or go back to the villages, ask for the real artifacts that are there. Yes, so that's my perception. Yeah.
Lessons learned. So much I wish we even had more time to discuss. We could have discussed quite a lot. And I would like all of us, especially the young people, kindly Google and read on the principles of the UNESCO recommendation for ethics of AI. There is a lot for you to get from there. Kindly read it. That was launched in the General Conference of 2021. And it came in as a standard because of so many of the questions that we are asking about AI. Will things remain the same with AI? That's why I asked that. If you read those principles, you'll see that there's a lot, including the issue of the term that I find so interesting in those principles is a term that when we are talking about artificial intelligence, somebody refers to that as artificial stupidity. Yeah, so you think about there's so much going on there. And then the question is, when something goes wrong with the systems, who will be to blame? Is it the system developer or the user or the country or the group that has come up with the laws and the framework to manage this AI? Who is to blame, really? Or if death occurs in mass because of AI, who is going to blame because of wrong information that has been fed into that? Who is going to blame? So there's so much that we need to be quite a lot about, and let's be very, very keen, but kindly read that document. And thank you so much, everybody, for being so active. I've just liked, especially the students, very, very, very attentive. And kindly, let's go to the place where lunch is served, I think where we've been eating. I was told it will be ready by 1:30, but I think maybe by now it's ready. So welcome for lunch. And thank you so much to have been a very nice group. Thank you so much.
Can I see evidence that you can hear me? Ah, good, good. There are people who can't hear me, I can see. But after 5 days of intensive academic engagement, we are finally coming to the very end of this wonderful workshop and conference. And I don't want us to take too much time because I'm guided that there are other activities that are supposed to take place after this, and we want to really respect the desires of those who will be having those activities. So without much ado, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite Professor Suki, who is going to give us a summary from session chairs and give a way forward. And of course, she's at liberty to guide that session. Thank you very much. Let's welcome Professor Suki as she comes.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you had a good lunch. I'm aware that we've been very active in terms of all the different sessions, and it has been quite difficult to have all the different information compiled so that we can have people present and summarize. I'm also aware people did it in different ways, and so it could be quite confusing in terms of how you can get that information. So having discussed with the relevant persons, we've decided that the best thing you can do is, can you send all your information to the WhatsApp for Esther Kute? And when you send it with the big, broader title, so that as we collect the information, we can then populate it all into one and make it into something that people can make sense for each session group. Because if we do it now, I don't think it's going to actually be very useful. And it will also take up quite a bit of time. And so I'm just going to suggest let's do it that way. Just send everything to Esther. We'll compile it per session grouping, see what were the main points and things and what came out of them, and then way forward. But having said that, from some of the discussions I've already had, just informally, it looks like there's a want to continue this conversation. And not only, I think many of us were seeing that it's something we need to continue, because AI is something we don't know, it's an unknown. And if we're going to have our place in this dynamic wave, let me put it that way, I consider it a tsunami, we need to be present with it and know how we want to be present. And so I talked with Ernst earlier on, and we're saying maybe we can, using our web platform, be able to put the various presentations, give people the papers and the presentations, and then have a session where people can have Q&A from wherever you are at, so that people can actually dig deeper into some of the sessions that they didn't have time to really get a hold of and take the conversation further. And I think that way we will definitely have, if we're thinking about it, a presentation a week for at least a year, at least. And heaven knows what other conversations that will come out of that. So that was one of the ways forwards that were being looked at, and I very much support it, because it would be a shame for us to stop at this point. I mean, all the effort that has been made, it would just be a waste. So I think that conversation may continue as EVC committee meet and see how they would like to proceed with that. Otherwise, please compile all your information, give it to Esther Kute, she will pass it to me, and then we'll see how we'll compile it and then send it out to you all. I hope we have all your contacts to send the summary out to you all and some of the main points that were coming out. So thank you, and since we're coming to the end, thank you for all coming. Thank you for the presence and the energy that you've all had. And I'm just going to pass this on to my colleague here, who wants us to keep clapping.
still watching you, those who are on their phones. Please put your phone down and clap. Looking at you. Thank you very much. And let's now clap for Professor Suki for making it very brief. All right, thanks. And then we will still put our hands together to welcome Dr. Avi to come and make a few remarks on behalf of EVC and of course visual cultures. EVC and of course visual culture. EVC and of course visual culture.
We as EVC survived 5 days. Are we sustainable? So, you know, when I stand here and I see you all, and I hope you see me, and I see all these empty bottles as markers of conversations and discussions and experiences that we have realized and we acknowledge, but have not yet materialized. And when I look at the space where there's no bottles, for me it means we have not yet realized what discussions, what experiences to acknowledge. It means that our journey is a very, very long journey, because human is that journey. It's not something separate from us. So when we as EVC, or when we as exploring visual cultures take on this arduous task of being a network of educators that stretch across Africa, east to west, north to south, as well as the global north and the global south, it means we carry that supposed burden as educators that we share with you as learners. Because I always see you as the extension of all of us. And we hope that we are good models to you, that we acknowledge and recite things that are important to you just as they are important to us. Because we cannot visit our shortfalls on any of you. And it is incumbent upon you to tell us, even though we are parents, and in Africa we are so respectful of elders, it is incumbent upon you to tell us where we failed, so that we can try and do better and be so much more inclusive in how we approach our lives as models and how we approach your lives in terms of the EVC. We have traveled many journeys and had many conferences, but this has been a stunning experience, awesome actually. And it would not have been possible if it was not for TUK and a person who has facilitated this entire conference, Dr. Marie-Claire Kidende. I ask you to please. Thank you. I think with your poor eyesight, Odoche, I don't think you'll be able to see us. So let us sit there. And you know, whenever we have these meetings, at the end of it, we have an annual meeting with all the panel members from Germany, from Ghana, Kenya, Cameroon, South Africa. And we come together and we decide, so what have we learned? What do we need to redo? How do we take what we have learned further? What discussions do we embrace in the coming year? And these are so important because it means it affects our lives, it affects your life. And in making these decisions, it is always a unanimous decision as to how we approach this. And these are lessons we learn from you, how to work together, how to be together, how to be us, and not AI. So, in our human investment, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say thank you to each one of you for the thoughts that you shared verbally, for the thoughts that you carry and may continue to carry and verbalize that as artworks, as articles, as conversations, as people moving forward. Because we need to move ourselves forward, not only as Africans, but we need to move forward as people of this world. And we can only do that because we are us. I thank you.
Thank you so much. I think now we will be calling upon the person who has made this conference stand. And as a linguist, allow me to judge and mark this conference. In terms of composition, it is grammatical. In terms of arrangement, it is grammatical. And I'm talking about this knowing very well, and I invite you to read the works of Kress and Van Leeuwen, who has talked about the grammar of visual images. So when we are talking about visual cultures, we are talking about visual images, and the argument they are putting forth is that communication is no longer about one mode where we are just speaking or writing. We are bombarded by a lot of images around us that help us to make meaning of what our lives are. And that is so much that even in our own wardrobes, there are elements of meaning that we choose from every morning. And that's why Professor Doch Pido today chose that element, which is covering another element, and all these are meaningful. And with those few remarks, may I now invite Dr. Mary Claire Kidenda. Please clap as she is coming to make her remarks. Then I will come back. Thank you and welcome.
Good afternoon. I have no words to say thank you. I want to start by thanking God. I went to Professor Arina's office several times, and I'll tell him, Prof, will it materialize? I wake up 3 o'clock to pray, I wake up, and he just kept telling me, push on. How did we get here? In November 2023, we had our conference in Pretoria. And at the end, usually we sit, discuss, and agree on the next venue. So as we're discussing, then we talked about the one-day conference we had here on AI, and EVC, in their wise decision, said, Kenya, take it. So that's how our journey started. We came back, had a chat with the DVCs, and they told us if it's AI, involve the whole university. We had no choice but to accept. So it has been a journey from November 2022 to November 2023 to 2024, a whole year. So mine is to just say thank you very much. First to EVC for allowing us to take leadership in organizing this conference. I'd like to request us to just clap and thank them, the confidence they had to give us this privilege to host the conference. Thank you very much. Next, I'd like to thank the Vice Chancellor, the DVCs, the entire management for having confidence in the School of Creative Arts and Media and the Department of Design and Creative Media. Dr. Bosire, please. I also want to thank our partners. If you look at the banner, we had quite a number of partners working with us. There's a lot of walking around. I think the VC sign could be 30, 40 letters requesting for support from different organizations. At some point, I couldn't cope. We had the strike. Mara, there's no strike. You're teaching, you're not teaching. Then you said, do I ask people to jump in? What do they say? So at some point, I asked Mr. God, please assist me in delivering the letters. Thank you very much. I also want to thank the institutions that accepted to partner with us. We have Maseno University, Jane, thank you very much. We have Kenyatta University, who have worked with us, BIFA, who also participated. And I want to specially mention Kenya Innovation Agency and NATCOM UNESCO, who walked this journey with us, bega kwa bega. Now, when we started organizing this exhibition, conference, we put together several subcommittees who have worked tirelessly. Some are on the rooftop at 9 p.m., others are under tables at 7 a.m., others are running across the city. So I'd like to request all members of the committees, subcommittees, some are students, some are teaching staff, some are non-teaching, to please just stand up so that we can clap and say thank you. Tafadhali. So it was a very big team. Thank you so much. This would not have been possible without all of you. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. And I want to thank our team here who have done a fantastic job. They've been coming from before. They're called Precision, isn't it? Proceed Systems. I want to thank Proceed Systems. They came here before. And we had meetings with the Kenya Innovation Agency several times, inside and outside, and they accepted to partner with us. So activities started from 15th of November, where we had a hackathon on design thinking at Riara University, and it went on 3 days nonstop, and we had Answer Africa Business Consulting Agencies as our partner and Riara University. I'd like us to just appreciate them in absentia. After we started, we had a workshop on research methods and proposal writing, which is still going on now. I want to really thank Dr. Peter Samuels, who has been working with us for the last several years from Birmingham City University. And what touched me about him is that if he was not being sponsored by the university, he would pay for his own ticket and come and train with us. I have no words to thank him. And even this time, I think he's moving to Wolverhampton University, but Birmingham people collected money and sponsored his trip to come here. So I'd just like to say thank you, and Mr. President, please take our gratitude to him. I know he's still busy training and he leaves this evening. Let's clap on for him. And then on Monday and Tuesday of this week, on Monday, we were at the Kenya Innovation Week. They gave us a beautiful room, audiovisual equipment. We had special tags. We had lunch, the VIP lounge, red carpet. So I just want to really thank Kenya Innovation Agency for partnering with us. We were there on Monday and on Thursday. Yesterday we sent delegates, Professor Suki Mwenda and Dr. Ojenge, to go and represent us in the summit with Huawei. So thank you, Prof, for finding time to represent us. Let's clap for those who are there for us. Then we came to TUK. Professor Rina, thank you. Many times I almost gave up. And he kept saying, keep going. I couldn't visualize how it was going to be. Amin would come here, and those who came here earlier, there has been a big transformation. And from now on, I don't think you have a reason to hold any conference or exhibition outside TUK. As I was looking for money, when it wasn't coming, I would still go to him. Sometimes he'd tell me, cut your shoe according to your size. But this big shoe, I kept trying to put my foot inside. Then he told me, just keep going, then come to us and then let us know what you have done, we'll see what we can give you. I just want to really thank the university for sponsoring us with 700,000 shillings for this conference. The day that money was released, I went and saw Prof, and I could see the happiness. He was also so relieved and so happy. So I want to thank the university for sponsoring us. We also have Kenya Kura. They also sent us some money. We're expecting some more money from the Safaricom and 2 or 3 other organizations, Kenya Media Council, National Research Foundation. So we had a huge budget. We are still hoping they'll give us the money they've promised us, and we are hoping the next few weeks we'll be done with all our debts. Let's just clap for them in absentia. I would like to thank all our presenters who presented. Before I go to the presenters, our keynote speaker was supposed to be, I'm trying to remember his name, but he's an AI specialist from Washington, one of the top people in the world, was introduced to us by Darrell, but he got a massive heart attack. The speaker was supposed to be a keynote speaker. I'm trying to remember his name, I think I'm exhausted. And he went into ICU and did not survive. So I'd like us to just stand up for a minute in silence to recognize that he had accepted to come. Thank you very much. I kept following every day, asking, how is he doing? And I'll be told, no improvement. Every day, no improvement. So I'd like to thank in absentia Professor Dr. Benjamin Jorisen. He was supposed to come initially with the son, then eventually couldn't make it. Then last week he got COVID. I thought COVID was gone. But he got COVID, him and she's called Vanessa. Yeah, both of them got COVID. But I just want to say thank you because he still participated at the Kenya Innovation Week and gave us a keynote address. Let's clap for him in absentia. PLO Lumumba. We have no words to thank him for the keynote that he gave. His schedule was so tight. So when I heard that Jorisen was unwell. The programs were going to be printed the next day. So I want to thank Suki for connecting me to Professor Lumumba. I was in touch with his PA, and she kept saying, let's just keep trying. His schedule is a bit tight, let's keep trying. Eventually, he said he'd change his schedule and be here to give the keynote address. I want to just thank him also. Let's just clap for him in absentia. Professor Vijay, who gave a keynote address yesterday, he was here in the morning, but he had some meetings. So I just want to also thank him for accepting to come. There was Professor Ron Eglash from Kura, Engineer Oginga was to come, but was represented. Mark Davies, Professor Suki Mwendwa, Dr. Charity Waiwa, Darrell Ria, Engineer Margaret Ogai was also represented, and Christine Guku was also here yesterday. I think we're blessed with so many good speakers. We do not take it for granted. I just want us to appreciate them in absentia and just clap and say thank you. I may not be able to mention anybody, the keynote speakers and the speakers, thank you very much. All presenters, thank you very much for your papers. I know we harassed you, emails non-stop. Mararo and team were kept communicating, and Edgar. So I want to thank all of you who have presented your papers. I'd like to request you now to go and write your papers properly, all the comments that you've had. After that, we'll give them to peer reviewers, who UNESCO has graciously accepted to pay for us. We had Dr. Orpa Nyakundi, Dr. Orpa Nyakundi, Dr. Waisula Ozia, and George Eshamwata, who have been part of this planning committee. We're also hoping to print with the South African paper. It's called Image and Text, and hopefully also with the UNESCO in Germany. And the conversation also. So we have 4 journals we are going to print in. So please write your papers. We'll get in touch with you and give you the deadlines. And after that, we'll be able to proudly say I participated and I can add it on my CV. I also want to thank all the moderators who were in charge of all this, the sessions. The rapporteurs, we are expecting some notes from you. And a special thank you to our students who have worked tirelessly. Thank you very much. Now, I may not have mentioned you because the list is endless. I just want to say thank you very, very, very much. Our director, Dr. Bosire, literally gave me his entire office and was left with one person to assist me. So I want to say thank you very much, Dr. Bosire, for supporting us so much and putting everything away for the last few days. So to my colleagues and students, thank you very, very much. This would not have worked without you. And I'm very, very humbled that you're able to come in. And Professor Orina and Professor Ambua gave us people from their office to come and work with us for the last few months. Prof, thank you very much. So, I would like to leave some little energy to reach my house today. So asanteni sana sana, mubarikiwe mpaka mshangae. Thank you.
Amesema mubarikiwe sana sana mpaka mshangae. That means be blessed until you shanga. Until you don't believe it yourselves. Thank you very much. That was a very emotional and somber vote of thanks. You can see what it means to her, and you can see what it means to all of us. Mom, you have done it. You're great. Let us clap for her. From my experience and the wisdom of people from where I come from, when it is most darkest, then you know morning is coming. It has come. And the sun has shone, it will soon set. And it would be a wonderful moment this evening when we will dine and hopefully wine as we say thank you to all that we have done. Before I call the Deputy Vice Chancellor to close this session, I want to do one exercise. So wherever you are, please, in whatever language that you find comfortable, I want you to stand up and answer this question. And please do it loudly. I want all the cameras to face you so that we see it. The question I'm asking is just one. Was this conference successful? No, I don't want you to use the word yes. Use another word. So can we stand up? Cameras, I want you on that, and this is good for our website. So are you ready? Please use all languages possible. Huh? All right. Was it successful? Can I see you move with your hands and everything? Was it successful? Did you capture that, people? Was it successful? Thank you, Erokamano. Asante sana. Erokamano means thank you very much in my mother tongue, which is the Luo. And now allow me to invite the Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of Research and Technology Development, Professor Alfred Orina, to make his remark and formally and officially close this wonderful conference. Karibu.
Yeah, thanks very much, Professor Mondo Cage. I think everybody seated here has gotten some claps. I'm not sure if you did. So should we? So you've really done well in terms of the leadership from the front. So ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I take this opportunity to thank all of you for what you have done for the last 4 days. And I want to convey a message on behalf of the Vice Chancellor and the entire university management that we are very happy and very excited that we had a very successful conference here on AI, something that is that brings forth both challenges as well as opportunities. And I'm sure that after the 4 days of this conference, every single one of us, you have learned something, you have created partnerships, you have created friendships, and my hope is that going forward, Dr. Kidenda, we can build this into something bigger, and even we like to see a possibility of having books written together, research proposals written together, course supervision of postgraduate students. This is the reason why we're here. So I think I wanted to convey that support and appreciation on behalf of the university management for what has happened here. I also wanted to say that as a university, Technical University of Kenya, we are better off after today, after what has happened here. Maybe we need to clap for that. And my hope is that every single one of us who came here, there's something that you have picked from here and you are a better person in a certain way. When Professor P.L.O. Lumumba was speaking, President Lumumba is more popular outside Kenya than in Kenya. I don't know if you know that. I know that we have participants here from Nigeria. There's a time I saw him addressing the Nigerian parliament, and he made a very passionate speech there. And when he was speaking, I could see everybody was just fixated there. I'm one of those people who usually sleeps off sometimes. Dozes off during very important events. And this one, everybody was awake, and I think for me, it was the first time I also listened to him one-on-one. And so I hope that all of us, we have learned something from this conference, and we are better off as we go back to our universities. I also wanted to, I know that there's been a lot of thank you. I think we can't get that exhausted. I wanted to take this opportunity also to thank all our participants who came from outside Kenya. I may not have captured everybody, but I know that we have participants from United States. We have participants from Germany, the Netherlands, Nigeria, South Africa, Cameroon, Ghana, all of those. It takes a lot of UK, United Kingdom. It takes a lot of effort to travel from your own country to another country to go and present a paper. And as we all know, if you are going to make an academic presentation, you have to prepare for it. It takes a lot of time, a lot of hard work and focus to work on a presentation to come and do that. There's also those who launched their books here. I wanted to once again thank you, because as a university, that also moves at a certain notch higher, and we appreciate that. The Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of Institutional Advancement and Enterprise promised that we'll try to see what we can do as a university to support those who launched books here by prominently putting that on our university website and maybe directing traffic there using technology. So we really appreciate that opportunity as well. The other individuals that I thought did something fantastic, wonderful, were the exhibitions. I have been there 3 times. I go there, I go to my office, and then I think there's something I didn't see, I go back there. And so I think we have to when those students were walking there, you call it catwalk. There were some ladies who were seated behind me. They saw a really beautiful dress, and I had them say that, oh, that one I can buy, that one I can buy. So I think you know yourselves, so I had that. And if you liked it, reach out to them and buy it. That would be fantastic for those young people who worked very, very hard also. So I hope that through activities like this, in this world, as all of you know, where we have a lot of conflict, fighting, misunderstanding, it's important when we come from diverse cultures and we meet together. Those who have never been to Kenya, you get a chance to see how Kenyans behave. I don't know what is your take by today, but we have also learned something from you, and it has been beautiful. So we need to create such strong platforms to enable our young people get opportunities or platforms to express themselves. Like what I really saw was expression, their mind. I actually bought 2 art drawings from the students. I was very sincere. I told them that I'm not very educated on art, but I think this looks something very good that I can pay for. So we need to create more platforms like this that enables our students to express themselves, our scholars to express themselves. We get individuals from other countries to come and express themselves. We learn something from them. So as a university, we have learned a lot from this conference. As Dr. Kinenda said, we have had many interactions, I think many meetings. And some of them I was so worried. Whether we'll pull this off, because there was a strike, there's a lot of financial constraints in universities. So she's really a brave person to have fought until we got it done. And I'm hoping that as a university, we have learned a lot from this. As we continue to have similar engagements in future, I think we have learned something we can use to improve our subsequent conferences that we plan to do. And just for your information, before this one, we had an hackathon in collaboration with Riara University, which was a fantastic space also for students to showcase what they can innovate. And our students from TUK took position 1 and 2. So that was also organized by the same. I think one of the things that has come out is that the Department of Design has a lot to offer. And through, through what you have done, to tell you the truth, myself, I've just been a student observing what you're doing. You know, I thought that design, the way I thought about it before was completely different. I have a different picture of the potential and what you can do to impact society and our culture and academics and everything. So thanks very much for the people from the Department of Design. So I think with those I hope that was not too long speech. I wanted to conclude by saying that as you travel to your various countries, we want to pray for you so that you arrive there safely. If you are staying here for additional days to interact with the people in Kenya, we welcome that quite a lot, but we wish you safe travel when you go to your places or to your homes and those who are traveling abroad. With those few remarks, I want to declare this conference/exhibition concluded. I don't want to say closed. Thank you.
The full stop was put. So we just stand and sing the national anthem. Then we go. Oh, it was actually a comma. So the full stop is coming. Thank you. Did it run away from Kenya? So we just sing manually. Can we do that? Oh, 1 minute. All right. Thank you for saving us. I looked at people's mouths and I realized there was trouble. Thank you very much. It is done.